They've showed the whole game. Are you being sarcastic, or don't we have like 10 minutes of gameplay footage total? Don't know what time yet. Okay. All right. Let me start the timer. Running through this area was kind of ass from what I remember. Oops. Oh, right. I remember where to go. Thursday, 15th, 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Kinetic. I haven't really been watching any of the RE9 footage. Also, I feel like the game sound is like kind of fucking loud. Is it? I feel like I need to turn it down, no? Yeah, alright, let me turn it down. Honestly, if I had all the amulets and things that I'm supposed to have for the speedrun, I feel like maybe I would actually want to try the DLC. Oh my god, this guy's a fucking monster. Do you think it's too easy with the Wolong weapon? Yeah, I mean, this weapon's pretty OP, but enemies still kill you in like half a second. Like, this weapon is really OP if you know what you're doing. Like, if you remember, I mean, I'm sure if I spent 2 or 3 days practice the glitchless run, I'm sure I could do all the bosses just fine. But dude, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Why did I get hard staggered for like... The K is so fucking bad. There we go. Chill, bro. Holy fuck. Man's crazy. Wait, do I even have to kill that guy? Oh no, yeah, you do. I was like, I remember having to kill that guy, but he didn't drop a key. So I'm sitting here wondering why I did that. I'm glad you like it, Cypher. Honestly, whenever I'm like saying that I like something on stream and I'm not, you know, like sponsored or whatever, it does always... Well, I don't know. Some people are like, oh, I'm gonna buy this thing because you say you really like it, and then I'm just thinking, like, what if they don't like it? You're gonna be like, you fucking wasted my money, dist. Alright, see you later, Chaos. What's up, Walkie? Thanks, man. That would be their problem. I know. I mean, I know. You're absolutely correct. But regardless, I still feel bad about it.
Who are you?
What's up, Mono? Docker. Will I do the DLC? No. I don't think I want to do the DLC. Because I don't really remember how to play the DLC at all. I mean, I understand a lot of people want to see it, and like, it's just... If I do the DLC, we are literally going to be playing Bly's P all day. And I know somebody's going to be like, well, what's the problem with that? Well, it's like, I want to fucking actually finish this marathon. It's not here. What am I doing? What am I doing? Why didn't I stream yesterday? Because I had a doctor's appointment. And I was fucking busy. It is a really good DLC. Dead. Yep. What's even in here? Honestly, the thing is, chat, I also fucked up in this run, so there's 2 amulets that are really important if you're using this weapon, the glaive. It's called like Fuoko's amulet, which gives you... It's like a 30% damage buff when you parry a boss, and we don't have that because I popped Fuoko's soul. And then there's another amulet that I was supposed to have. I don't remember what that one does. But yeah, I popped both of the boss souls that are supposed to be traded for the amulet, and yeah, there's no way for me to get those now unless I go into New Game Plus, which I'm definitely not fucking doing, so... Yeah, I don't know. It's cooked. Like, I mean, yeah, we could try the DLC, but it's gonna be such like a casual run. 5% damage buff per Fable Bar. That might be the one. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Will I rage quit this game? I will ban you. I can definitely do that. Alright. Sorry, I kinda died there because that guy, but that's okay. At least he's banned now. See you later, Pop Dude. Dude, what am I, where am I even going? I'm going in a fucking circle, bro. This isn't even where I'm supposed to go. Now I'm dead. I forgot the way through this area. You know, so like the thing is, chat, to give some context, in the end, like I ran any percent for this game, and we actually used to do this section in the run, so like I kind of remember it. But the problem is, eventually we started skipping this section, right? And that's the case with like most of the sections in this game, where we did them and then they started getting skipped. So now it's like it's been so long since I've actually done this section. I did it like a casual Liza P run before the DLC came out, and that was nice. I guess I'm just supposed to go this way. Oh, it's... Oh, this is the shortcut. Okay. Yeah, I know where I am now. And then I need to go fight this clown... fucking clown guy in this building. Okay, we're back on track, chat. All good. I remember I feel like oh yeah, I used to pick up that item to upgrade something, I think. Hey, Timurnix, thank you for the 47 months. We had a really good, we had a strat where we would just like throw a bunch of shit at this clown guy. I mean, we could probably, I think we can just kill him pretty easily with, oh Jesus. I'm probably gonna fucking die to this guy. Okay, I missed. Bruh. Damn, we fucking wrecked. That was pretty good. Yeah, this weapon is super OP. So, if anybody's wondering what makes this weapon so fucking broken, is that for what you basically have like a special dedicated parry on the weapon, and when you press triangle or Y, whatever, depending on your controller, you do it's like a dedicated parry, and then the parry gives you this follow-up attack that does like just a billion damage, essentially. Yeah, it's like perfect guard. You have to time it. Yeah, it's basically like instant. The parry lands, it gives back the fable. Does it? I don't think it does, but it does.
The grand exhibition theme was
well, then why am I not
why and City of the Future.
I guess it depends.
Was to showcase and demonstrate
I think if you do the
but you know the rest.
I think if you do the follow-up attack, it does use the fable.
And now the whole city is an exhibition of a nightmare.
Jiminy is the worst part about this game, though. Fucking guy. Well, I do the new route of RE4 Remake. I haven't learned any of, like, the new skips for RE4R. If you like Souls games, Liza P is actually very good. It's the best Souls-like game in my opinion. Does this guy drop anything? Wait, doesn't he drop like a weapon or something? Like that electric mace? Oh, he drops an amulet? Hmm. Can I backstab? Bruh. Bruh. Oh. Chad, I'm probably gonna die. Maybe not. Damn, we fucking popped him in half. Oh, he drops a shock cartridge. I knew he dropped something. We definitely didn't need to kill that guy, but whatever. I don't fucking care. But yeah, why the fuck are we on 60 FPS? Ew. Time to fight Victor. Well, not quite yet, but... No, I never ran Kazan. I never actually finished Kazan. I don't know how many Dark Moon Moonstones we need. We actually could... we'll wait. We could upgrade our weapon one more time. There's a good item behind this wall. I feel like I remember us picking this up in the run at one point. I guess it's just money. It's not as good as I remember. The moonstone behind the other curtain. Maybe it's this one. Oh yeah, it's the half moonstone, which we don't need half moonstones, but that's okay. My memory is so... When an any percent run for a game develops so much, like there's constant changes and stuff, it's so hard to remember. Oops. This fucking part, I don't really remember. Oh, come on. Bro, get out of the... Okay, move. Great. Dude, fuck off. Holy shit. I don't think we need this butterfly. I'm pretty sure this butterfly does not drop moonstone. Okay, I do want to kill this guy because he drops a quartz, or wait. Oh, there's a quartz in that chest, but... now I'm confused. He dropped something, I think. Dude, how do I miss that? Oh, I'm dead. It was nice being alive, but that's over now. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine, chat. This is all according to plan. Drops the strength amulet. Okay, maybe we don't want to bother killing this guy, but yeah, we have the shortcut. We just gotta open this door. Maybe we don't have to kill this guy. I feel like I remember killing him in the speedrun before, but honestly, my knowledge of running this game is so outdated unless it's like old patch route. Great strat streamer, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm just gonna grab this box. I have to get revenge. I could. You needed the strength amulet back then? Yeah, I guess so. Dude, how is that a miss? Dude, I'm trash. I can't fucking parry this bozo. Why is he so hard to parry? It is the strength amulet, you were right. +4 motivity. I get. There's no way we fucking killed that. I don't know. My memory, I think, is just fucked up. There's no way we killed that guy for fucking +4 motivity. This guy is a half moon moonstone, I think. Oh no, it's a technique crank. My memory is just so. Maybe I remember killing all these things just because. Did they nerf these enemies? I feel like they don't fucking do anything anymore. Oh, I forgot to aggro this guy. Alright, never mind. He just was waiting for the perfect he was waiting for the perfect moment to fuck me. This section is really fucking annoying. What's up, Oro? Yeah, I never finished Kazan. I don't know, I should like go back and do Kazan again. I actually really liked Kazan. I thought it had really good boss fights, but I was like really sick when that game came out, and then I don't know, I don't know what happened. I mean, I got pretty far into the game. Alright, I'm gonna kill this fucking piece of shit. Yeah, I didn't really. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember now. I really disliked the loot system in Kazan. The loot system was so, I don't know. It was like I would finish the level. I would finish the level and I would just have 200 items to sell, and they're all just items that I've already like picked up before. It's like I gotta sell 25 great swords of the great boar, or fucking like you just get the same weapons and armor just on repeat. Oh, fuck. I really like the unique loot in the Souls games, and I wish, because I feel like if Kazan had unique loot, it would be so good. It just felt like there was no point in exploring other than to level up your character slightly more. The boss fights are really good in Kazan, but I felt like exploring the levels was just so fun. The exploration felt so weak. Like it felt like I just wanted to rush. Oh yeah, isn't there something here? I just wanted to fucking rush everything. Oh yeah, the Trinity key. But I also felt like if I rushed, then the boss fights would be kind of ass. Isn't there something inside this? These fucking enemies suck ass. Holy shit. They're so bad. Fuck. Oh. Is this where you use the Trinity key? Oh no, this is... Oh yeah, isn't that where the respec is in that door? Doesn't this enemy also drop a quartz? I need to go back and upgrade. He's gonna fucking kill me though. Oh, he drops an upgrade. Does he drop like a Legion caliber? Alright. Let's just go back. We don't need to kill this guy. We don't need oh wait, is that Legion caliber? Or maybe that's something else, but yeah, this guy is actually a fucking menace. There is... Do I need Romeo's soul? I don't actually remember what... I already fucked myself because I missed out on some amulets that I was supposed to have. God, dude, I'm looking at the Fextra Life wiki and it doesn't even say what fucking Fextra Life, you piece of shit. Does anyone remember what amulets are used in the like glitchless speedrun? Because I know that I think there's 3 total that you use.
Welcome. I had not cannot. I had my thank you. No matter welcome. This I shall. No matter what, serving welcome.
Oh, what's up, Colonel Fats? Okay, so it's Fuoco, Scrap, Watchman, and Victor. Alright, I see. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Okay, we already have enough of these. So I can just sell Romeo's soul then. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of these. Honestly, it would be fun to learn the glitchless run for this. Or like learn the DLC. I wanted to learn the DLC when it came out, but I don't know. I don't know what happened, honestly. It looked fun. And there was like actually some skips and stuff in the DLC. Really nice. I don't remember when we get Full Moon Moonstone. It might not be for a while. Also, let me get... the full Goon Stone, yeah. Blanks was doing the pogos and you skip all but like 2 bosses. Yeah, oh, you know what? That's actually the reason why I didn't run the DLC, because you skip so many bosses. I was like, what's the point? Like, you don't even fucking like fight anything. Alright. I mean, is it more challenging? I guess it is. I feel like doing Arlecchino under-leveled is kind of fucking brutal, but at the same time, it's definitely more fun. It's better to do, like, more fights. I don't know what I'm doing right now, chat. I guess we'll just get this. Oh, Fable Catalyst Effect is good, I think. Increase the number of cube uses. Oh, that's so sick. Yay. You're bad at skips, so that's hard to you. Yeah, that's fair. I don't really remember what's, like, important from these. I guess we could just get one more pulse cell, 'cause... Alright. Oh, wait a sec. When do you... Okay, you know what? This is very optimal. Very optimal, chat. Hold on, I want to see something, though. Wait, can I not look at the list? Oh, no, I can. Can I get... the extra use of the grindstone? Is that... Where is the extra grindstone use? Is that the 4th level? Glad you threw a first playthrough into the marathon. Thanks, man. I think fire is decent for Victor. Acid is. Well, we don't have... Wait, is there an acid grindstone? Like, not an acid abrasive. Is there an acid grindstone? When do you get it? Because I don't think there was one there just now. Is it after Victor that you get it?
Welcome to my grave. This is where evolution becomes real.
Victor sounds so stupid.
I am Victor, the champion. Open your eyes.
Jeez. Oh my god, I forgot about this. About to get my ass beat. Yeah. I kind of remember the parry timings a little bit. Kind of. Okay. Clearly not well enough. Come on, you bitch. The stomp. But he's so fucking tanky. Doesn't he like attack when he gets up or something? Is that in phase 2?
Oh my god. I dedicate this victory to you!
He's really weak to acid. I don't think I could buy the acid grindstone right now, though, can I? I don't, cause I just spoke to Vanini and I could have sworn it wasn't there. I mean, maybe I should just use acid abrasives. I don't know if I like have any though. I don't know when. Like, did I miss the trigger or something, I guess? You got the supply box? Well, I got a supply box. Oh, shit. I don't think I picked that up. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, Colonel Fat's the... Yeah, maybe I should just go buy some acid abrasives, because I do remember he is very weak. I don't fucking remember that combo at all. The expansion might have been the chest next to the ladder you just used. It's not, because that's for the other butler guy. Dude, Victor is a bitch. This fight actually took me so much practice in the any % run. Although we did throw a lot of consumables at him, which made it a bit easier, but... Like, you really need to know this guy's moveset super well. Oh, the hole before the Romeo fight. Well, we could go get it. You know what? Let's go get it. Fuck it. Using fire is fine. I don't think you need the acid. Yeah, but we still have so many bosses left, and whatever. I mean, it won't take us long to go grab that. Should probably buy some just abrasives as well, just normal abrasives. Hey Kanagi, thank you for the 32 months. Yeah, I'm only doing base game. DLC... I mean, I know I'm dying to Victor right now, but at least I kind of remember how to fight Victor. I don't remember the DLC bosses, like, at all. And I really don't want to be spending, like, hours on each fight, because the thing is, I'm already, like, way weaker than I'm supposed to be in the run, because I'm missing out on amulets that are really important. I only played the DLC one time. Wait a second. Fuck, it's not in... It's not in here, isn't it? Isn't it the chest? Wait, no, I fucking looted. Wait, do I have it? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Yeah, I'm looking for the Vanini box, which I feel like maybe I shouldn't. I thought the DLC was a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this one, guys. I don't know where this thing is. I don't even know where I am. Up the ladder? I'm dead. Dude, I like how that guy's gunshot did 70% of my fucking health. What the fuck is that? Why did that do so much damage? Yeah, but dude, there's 15k fucking ergo there, and I kind of want to buy stuff from the fucking Malum merchant. Yes, I know I'm going the wrong way. Shut the fuck up. You can just ignore them? Yeah, but then they're gonna keep spamming in the chat. Dude, you're going the wrong way. Disc, you're going the wrong way. Disc, you're going the fucking wrong way. Yeah, I fucking know. I'm picking up my souls, dude. Like, the thing is, people are like, dude, just ignore them. But if you ignore them, they just spam the comment 100 fucking times in the chat because they don't think you saw it. Like, seriously, though.
The house. Not with the house. At the house of it.
Give me the acid grindstone. All right, hold on. Is the boss rematch part of the DLC, by the way?
You're all me as well. I'll use my...
Wait, when was that? Was that added after the DLC came out then? Was added at the same time, okay. Alright, let's try this again. Wait, I didn't switch. Oh, that's fine. Hey Jess, thank you for the 99 months. I know defense parts because I don't want to be heavy. And they're gonna make me heavy. I mean, we have the better frame on now, at least. Now that I've got acid, I'll steamroll the rest of the game. Yeah, surely. Slightly fat, but tanky is still better. Is it, though? I always forget he does that follow-up. Right there.
We are the reborn.
Oh, come on, man. Damn it, dude. I haven't even applied acid. Acid. There we go. It's fine. It's fine, he's just gonna punch my face off. That's fine. This is so bad, dude. Fuck me. Does he have... Why does he have iframes when he's on me? You jerk. Man, I wish I had Fuoko's amulet so badly. Whatever.
The new world belongs to us.
Why? I didn't mean to do that. What? Bro. We're just fucking missing each other. What is going on? Oh, Jesus. I'm fucking dead, dude. I knew he was gonna do the follow-up. God. Dude, Victor's actually I feel like Victor's one of the harder fights. Like, I'm sure you kill him really, really fast in the speedrun. I mean, you kill every single boss super fast in the speedrun because you go in with full Fable and you just, like, shit on the boss with the glaive parry move, but... I remember on my first playthrough, I had such a hard time with Victor because he has so much, like, delayed moves where you think... Like, you think the combo's over, but then he does, like, a delayed hit.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
Welcome home, Asher.
Dude, I don't know what's a single hit and what's not. Fucking me up so badly. Dude. That's a single hit. Okay, so that's the... Alright, Tiny Wrench of Doom.
The new world belongs to us.
Yeah, the wrench build probably would be good.
Oh shit, this is so hot.
You're so weak. So unfit.
I don't... I never know when he's gonna do the full... Oh, alright. this is the one where that's a single hit. That was also a single hit. Oh, that's the one he does the follow-up on.
Why be humble? I am evolved. A better man!
Fucking lock Saskia. And we're gonna have to do Black Rabbit Brotherhood 2. Oh god.
I'm surprised, buddy. What do you... You're the Disney hour. We all do well. Keep your...
The Isle of Alchemists. According to the guide, Vanini visited that place. That's something, I guess.
I'll destroy them with a fully upgraded glaive. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, we can give...
Ciao, brother. But you cook the up, please. That's not I want now.
Here you go. I won't have enough humanity to fight Nameless Puppet. Yeah, I don't know. I was actually just thinking about that. Okay, so now we can... what is Victor's amulet? I'm actually not sure. I don't... I guess we'll go trade for it. Before I forget. Oh, now we have to run... Dude, the running through this fucking swamp takes so long to run through. I missed the fucking skip here, man. The swamp skip was so nice. Subsequent hits deal more damage, but it weighs a lot. Okay. Deals more damage with how much Fable you have.
This place is... Okay, there's no easy way to say this, but it's a public graveyard.
Do swamp skip? And can you do it on current patch?
City tried to stop it, but eventually had much bigger concerns. If the Grand Exhibition's horrific solutions spark too...
Oh, you actually can?
It's just too terrible to think about.
Wait, dude, I didn't...
Oh, why am I thinking about it?
I didn't refresh my... I assume you need to do... like a boost with... It's the worst of the three we use. The thing about... I guess the thing is, though, the amulets, like the boss amulets, they... I assume you... Because you have those 3 amulets on, you don't use, like, any defense parts. Presumably. So I guess that... I mean, for me, considering I'm kind of... I don't know, I feel like the defense parts actually help, like, a lot when you don't know the bosses that well.
Welcome home.
I don't remember if... Use cheat engine to give yourself console commands and get the amulet that way. Yeah, I mean, whatever. This run is... I don't know. I think it's fine. The roll in this game is absolute ass. It is so bad. I'm alive. I'll be honest, I can't remember if you go up or down. It's up. Excuse me. Through. Wait a sec. Oh yeah, I don't need to go this way. Well, yeah, I kind of want to open up the shortcut here just in case I die. Or actually, wait, no, this is the right way as well. It's a shortcut and the right way. I'm gonna rest since it's right here. Hello, extra large sub. The dragon sword not used for speedruns? No. Also, does anyone know where the moonstones that I need are coming up? I guess we can...
You're a worthy hunt?
Okay. Get the Arm of God amulet. Back at the Grand Exhibition. Wait a sec. Are you saying... Because I already have +3. Is there a half moon moonstone? Or what the fuck's it called? Like the +4 one? Is there one of those in the exhibition? You don't grab any in the swamp? Okay. I figured +3 is the most I can be. I wasn't sure if it was. Can't get +4 with special weapons until after this area. Well, that's fine. I just can't remember. I couldn't remember. Okay, Colonel, I see. Yeah, I know where all the boxes are. I've already found 2 of them. We actually used to pick all those up in the speedrun, so... Luckily, I remember where those are pretty well. Okay. Okay, Cookie, I see. Why I'm even attacking that. We just gotta run. I can't remember. Do I need to go? No, I don't. Oh yeah, this is the spot where you can do the skipper. Well. Wait, what I wanted. Full skip, thank you, Ryut. The getting blasted in the ass by the enemy skip. Oh, right, this is the fucking boulder spot. I remember this. I don't know if I can't remember if you can make that. Dude, come on, man. Fuck off. Maybe I'll be okay. Saved. Did I play Wolong? Yes, I'm pretty sure I did. I don't know if I beat it though. I'm pretty sure I remember playing it. I remember there was a useful item that, okay, I might be tripping. I feel like I remember there being something useful in here. I remember picking up something in here before. It's a weapon in here. Okay, this is not useful. Never mind. I was wrong. Hey, Zabi, thank you for the 9 months, man. Man, you have to run through this section for so long.
Go forth. Touch the demon.
Oh, that's fun. That's really fun. That's great. Hey, Killer Duos, thank you for the 33 months. Well, time to run all the way back. Haha, yay. This area sucks, man. I'm not sure I was even going the right way. I feel like I remember that being the right way, but I thought that there was a ladder to get up there, and there's not, so now I don't know. I think there was maybe a skip in that spot, something. Wanted to go up the ramp, okay. The performance of this game is so all over the place, though. Like, I swear, the DLC patch for this game fucked it up so badly. Like, my FPS goes from 80 to 180. It's just... God, I don't know what they did to this fucking game, but... Oh yeah, I think that you could, like, jump across this gap. Man, can you still do that, actually, I wonder? You could also zip here, I remember. There was like a glitch that sent you flying when you triggered this bridge animation.
Bad, pal. Really, really bad.
I think it got fixed, though. Yeah, Blanks has been doing a lot of Liza P. Here comes your least favorite boss. Yeah. Oh wait, don't we want fire for this guy? Maybe we should download the performance fix for this game. Oh, is electric better? Right. In phase 2, he's kind of like the scrapped watchman. I remember now. Early on in the any % routing for this game, we actually fought like all of these bosses. But not so much anymore. We'll be slightly heavy. Surely that's not too bad. Fire is fast. Well, it depends which phase you want to beat faster. Can you parry this attack? Oh, I can't remember. Well, now we just need to do phase 2 without getting hit. Well, that's not completely true. I mean, we can recover our heals, but... Phase 2, I feel like, isn't that... Yeah, phase 2 isn't that bad because he has the scrapped Watchman moveset. Alright, Colonel. Sounds good, man. Thanks for stopping by. No, I'm not doing the DLC. I don't remember the DLC, like, at all.
knew you'd do it! Finally, the last hero weapon is in my hands.
You actually run slower when you're like too heavy, right? I think you run the fastest when you're on lightweight. Quite big, yeah. It's just annoying having to constantly swap the gear. I guess like the easier way is to unequip the weapon, if anything. Going the wrong way. Oops. When it's easy to equip the weapon. Oh, kind of easy. You can actually do diagonals. My god, the stuttering is so annoying in this game though. Like, dude, they fucked this game up so badly with the DLC. And you know the weird thing is, when I was playing on my other PC, which has, I don't know, a 4090 or something, the game ran perfectly fine. I don't know if it's like a 5000 series issue. Because the PC at my parents' place, I think, has a 4090. And I was playing on that, and it was fine, but... I don't know, I'm just saying, I don't remember. I don't remember what. It's just funny how the game actually runs fine on older cards. I wouldn't be surprised if all the issues we had with Deathloop were because of the 5000 series as well. Isn't there something useful back here?
The train car where you woke up. Wait, what?
Can you send the weapons to storage?
This? Who would put a workshop like this here, of all places? Good grief.
Oh. Okay. Are you sure? Are you thinking? Are you saying destroy them? I mean, it's not like it matters, but. Have to do it at a stargazer? Okay. I mean, it's not like I need the weapons anyways. We're just gonna use the glaive the whole time. Okay, I don't know. For some reason I thought there was like a quartz or something back there, but I guess not. And I kind of want to download the stutter fix for this game though. Because I remember that actually helped a lot. It like fixed all my issues when I was playing the DLC. I remember the DLC came out and I like updated my game and then the game ran so fucking badly. Yeah, it wouldn't take long to install. I feel like I remember there being something useful here as... Oh god. Probably just gonna die. Oh my god, this fucking shit is so cancer. I can't even hit them. Why do these things have like fucking 2,000 health as well? Is it just a dagger? See, the problem is, I remember picking up all of these items, and the reason I remember picking all of them up is because I would do, like, I was testing for the any % run, and I would go through every area and just loot every single item to figure out, like, what was useful. Guy almost killed me. Jesus Christ! God, the rolling in this game is so fucking bad. Do I have to kill this idiot up here? I can't remember.
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you got.
Hand over all you got. Alright, you can go fight. You fight them, alright? I'm getting the fuck out of here. Dude, okay, I gotta install this performance fix though. Dude, my game is running so badly. Why is this game so fucking scuffed? Is there a moonstone here that I need to get? I don't know what this is. Oh, an alchemical booster. Actually, I think... I don't know, Colonel Fats was saying you pick up... You get the supply box up ahead, which... You're still here? Bruh! Okay, I'm just gonna quit out. Fuck you. Also, for some reason, this game... I don't know what's going on with my PC, but... When I'm in Liza P, my mouse sensitivity is like giga fucking fast. Okay. Pause the timer. I mean, why does it even matter? All right, let me download this fix because this lag is driving me crazy. I don't even think there was a Gamba, guys. There isn't? I don't know. I don't see a single person in chat with a 1 or a 2 next to their name, so I assume there's no Gamba, but I don't know. Okay. Hold on. Hey Lulu, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Okay, where do I put this? The mod folder, Liza P content packs. Well, I played Vein 2. I would like to. I think I'll be playing Code Vein 2. $7 starting now. Yeah, I don't even remember how long it... I don't remember what the time was at the previous game. I mean, we have the next... We have this upcoming section, and then we're in Black Rabbit Brotherhood 2. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much of the game we have left. Like, I mean, optimally, I think we only have like 45 minutes left of the run, but for me, obviously, that's going to be more than that. I am not... Oh, fuck. I want fire abrasive for this guy. Oh, this is so awkward. What? Well, I failed all my parries. That was good. Brilliant. No, I'm not doing the DLC. I would like to play other games today and not do Liza P the entire stream. I'm so bad at fighting this. There we go. He should basically be dead now, I think. Dude, chill, bro. Holy crap. Kazan today? What do you mean Kazan? Well, I'm not playing a game that I never speedran before. Also, Kazan is like fucking 100 hours long. That game is disturbingly long. I'm pretty sure the speedrun record for that game is like 4 fucking hours or something. What's up, Kikuko?
Whoa. This used to be the workshop's transportation base, close to Kratz Central Station. That's why the puppets were so focused on attacking the base during the frenzy. But I didn't see it myself. I didn't know the scale of it all. So let's add that earthquake to our list of strange and bizarre happenings.
That was good. that was very good. And it kind of annoys me that when you open the equipment menu, if you can't press up to go down to the extra bag, you have to just press down 4 times. It's like, why? Why can't we just press up to go down? These enemies do so much fucking damage, man. Isn't this a half moon moose? Oh my god. Bro, what is your attack range? Oh my god. I remember how much I hate this area now. This fucking place sucks ass, dude. I know, so we get one of the moonstones we need. Does this thing... I'm dead. Fuck all of this. Sharon? Sure. Isn't there actually... I remember there being something... I thought there was like a chest around here. Maybe I'm wrong. I know we fight the enemy in here. Yeah, I know where the supply box is. Okay, I guess I'm dead. I actually have no idea. I was pressing the parry button and the block. Like, you'd think my character would have at least blocked a single one of those attacks, but I guess it's like a perma combo, like a perma stun or something. I'm taking so much fucking damage. Oh my god, man. Oh. Holy shit! Oh.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Hey Gagbot, thank you for the 63 months. I'm pretty sure when I speedrun the, like, again, when I started speedrunning this game, we actually fought this guy, and then we skipped him as well. We skipped like the entire fucking game by the end, but I'm pretty sure I just spammed consumables on this guy because it's so scary. I don't think I actually like fought him. I think that was like the strat, just to spam consumables. Holy shit. Why is he staggered? What do you mean? Why didn't that happen the first time? What? I have no idea why he staggered this time. It makes no sense. Yeah, I guess because of the parries. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you build up posture damage when you parry, so I guess that's why. Never mind. Gotta get this note. Am I gonna die to this? Okay, this is the supply box we need. Yeah, I was gonna run, for the people asking on YouTube, I was gonna run Old Patch, which is like the category that I used to run. And I practiced it for like 2 or 3 hours, the Old Patch route, but then I realized that I'm gonna have to fight Loxasia, and I'm gonna have to fight Loxasia and Simon at like level 20 with a +7 weapon, and I decided I'm not gonna do that. I would rather just play the game. The any % route, you literally only fight like 2 bosses total. Well, actually I think it's like 3 or 4, but... This enemy is also scary. Bro, oh my god. Oh, sakes. Well, it was nice being alive. That's over now. Normal, perfect garden, Fable Art attack. Yeah, I mean, that probably works. Does the any % have major skips? Yeah, you skip like the entire game. You literally skip... The only bosses that you fight are Scrapped Watchman. You fight Scrapped Watchman, Door Guardian, Loxasia, and Simon. You fight 4 bosses total, and you're like extremely underpowered. So the Loxasia fight is like a 3-minute long fight, and you die in 1 hit. So, yeah, very fun. Yeah. Don't you just spam consumables? Well, you fight phase 1 of Loxasia completely legit. You don't use a single consumable on phase 1. Actually, you might use like 1 or 2 acid canisters. And then phase 2 of Loxasia, you throw consumables, but you still have to fight her. Like you can't oh, I'm going the wrong way. And like the thing is, another thing is, if you fail Loxasia 1 single time, then you're out of consumables. You have no acid abrasives. You have no fucking acid throwables. So now you fail the fight 1 single time, and now the fight takes 2 extra minutes. Dude, what the... What is this? I hate... I should just throw consumables at this bitch, dude. Oh, that gets rid of her stagger status. Of course it does. This is kind of awful, chat. I don't think we want to fight this girl legit. Honestly, I think we're just gonna go to Malum District and buy a bunch of throwables. Because this fight is kind of ass. Skill issue, yeah. Sorry for not remembering how to fight the boss that I skipped. Alright. Oh, you know what? We can upgrade our weapon a little bit more too.
Lady, her illness. Lady, I have heard. Please. This. I shall. No matter serving. Welcome.
Oh, you can just get all of them from here.
Will you? I give you.
I mean, if I actually practiced to run this game, I'm sure it would be fine. The thing is, like, practicing for this marathon is so... Like, yeah, I could spend 10 hours practicing this game, and then I could actually run it decently well. But then I'm spending 10 hours to run one game for like an hour and a half or like 2 hours. And there's so many games I need to do in this marathon. Like, I realistically, I can't practice for like 100 hours. Just skip it? That's not what I was implying or what I said. I actually don't know what's best against this lady. I guess like acid or fire. I'll be playing Blasphemous. I never ran Blasphemous, so no. Okay, this is good. I think the easiest way to kill all the bosses in this game is to get like the wrench. I don't know, I think you can one-shot like almost every boss in this game if you just use the wrench.
The hotel.
And like the three, and you have like full Fable going into the fight.
Head to the hotel.
From what I remember.
Communication through air. An interesting parlor trick. Quite the performance, Papa Chipasa. But your lives will be useless in the new world. The world of truth. But you are worth studying in the meantime.
What could it be? Come on, pal. No time.
I don't know if I should level up health or capacity so I can like wear heavier stuff.
bitch.
I mean, I think you want a bit of both, but the
Oh no. Hey, so there's
the
something
defensive
horrible in
items are
front of the
actually
hotel.
so useful.
Might be worse than what we saw at the cathedral. All right, tighten up your springs and let's go.
Tighten up your springs. Oh, I think we want electricity for this. Actually, wait, do we? I don't know. This thing dies pretty fast, from what I remember. Remember how long that combo was? That was easy. Glaive is OP.
So what's happening now? Let's get back to the hotel and our friends.
I'm feeling better. All right, well, we have Black Rabbit Brotherhood 2 and then basically the rest, like the final section of the game. So, I mean, we're not doing too bad overall. Right, we can't repair it yet. We're stuttering again. Dude, what the hell happened though? It's so annoying that this game used to run so well. I don't know what's wrong with the 5000 series on this game, but it's so scuffed.
I'm sorry, child. Geppetto has been kidnapped.
It was a plan than anything. It was a plan than anything. It was a plan more than anything.
I could have sworn you could buy stuff from this guy here. Maybe it's only in old patch. Any of these useful?
It was a more than it. No matter what, serving. Welcome.
Do we have any souls that we could sell? I guess we could sell the Legion plug. Don't really need that. We don't need any of these either. Alright. Does he have more quartz? 4,400.
You're here. It's good when you came in. You're here.
I am here. Alright, +5 glaive. Let's go. Oh, oops. It's the wrong song. Something with the shader cache. Yeah, I don't know. Thing is, I'm pretty sure I did a fresh install of my drivers like a few weeks ago. I'm not gonna do the DLC because I never speedran the DLC.
Who would have guessed all this?
I mean, I don't know how to fight the DLC bosses. You're literally just gonna see, if I do the DLC, you're just gonna see me die to Arlecchino for like 5 hours straight.
It's the strangest feeling. I think I've been here before.
I really don't want to
I haven't gotten all my memories back after all. I don't know exactly what's going on, but someone was dragged away from here. We have to follow. Hurry!
And the DLC is really cool, but I never ran it, and I don't really want to try. Liza P is literally going to be like a 15-hour run if I do the DLC. And now I know you guys are going to be like, oh, what's wrong with that? It's like, I am still trying to at least go moderately fast.
Accept your fate. Death has come for you.
Alright, demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
Big Brother's gonna compliment me. You're mine now.
God, this fight is horrible. Oh, I don't have my defense on at least. Is there no faster way to get to this boss? Guess not. Kind of an annoying run back. This should be a bit better though, now that we have the defense items on. Like they actually make such a big difference, genuinely.
I'll take you to quest.
This guy fucking falling is so annoying.
Alright, demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart?
This is for my brother. I'm gonna rip your heart
I'll kill you, just like Big Brother wanted.
Why, it's so much fun. I love it. Bitch.
That stupid puppet. Peter.
Oh, why does the other guy have to spawn already?
We're getting revenge together. Die, Geppetto puppet.
Bro, my stamina is so cooked. Oh my god. God, this fight is so fucking shit. Oh look, he dodged my fucking puppet string. You know, I knew he did a combo there, but yeah, well, my bad. I remembered him doing the combo there. I tried to dodge, but... I feel like you just need to bait out backstabs on this fight. It's just so annoying. Yo, Thabid, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. What's up, CB?
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Alright, demonstration time. Who wants to
The
watch
spear
this
guy
guy
that's
break
aggro.
apart?
I love getting attacked by 3 people at once.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
So much fun.
trained harder, or brought better gear.
I'm probably dead. Why is his backstab so fucking buggy, bro?
Did I break his neck? Or his arms first? I'm taking requests.
Shit. Yep, that's cool. That's cool, man.
This is for my brother. I'm gonna rip your heart out.
Oh, God. Okay. Luckily, the brothers' moveset is pretty easy.
Okay, I give up. Just don't kill me.
The heavyweight didn't help either. Well, yeah, but it also made me take way less damage. So it's like I would have been getting hit. I would have been getting hit for like 50% more damage.
The fox, the cat,
So,
and Alidoro too.
Oh, it's like a
I
trade-off.
don't even want to guess what they might be planning, pal. This way must lead to their headquarters, shall we? Hey, look! That lever resembles... Yes! It seems we can use it to call a submarine.
Yeah, the lever to raise the submarine out of the water. It's amazing.
Listen, pal. Nice landing, but, let's not make it a habit. What the... Hey, it's so Sophia!
I am fine. I preface if I can't.
I never once said that I didn't like the DLC for this game. I don't speedrun the DLC for this game. Alright, we can get a lot of souls from interacting with these things.
So while you wait, why don't we play with a new friend? His name is Mary.
Hi, call me Lampwick.
I remember if you run away from them too fast, you don't actually get like the ergo from them. At least on some of them. I don't think that's the case for all of them. Good luck on this chapter. I mean, we have the max upgrade glaive. I think we're okay.
He didn't don't.
I mean, this is why I wanted to do current patch, just because the glaive is kind of OP. The glaive can kind of carry us, and if you actually kill all the bosses in this game that you're meant to, you don't end up super underleveled or anything. Yeah, this is the weapon well, it depends. It depends what category you're talking about. I ran old patch any % in this game, and the glaive wasn't in the game at that point, so you upgrade. I think you use like the Great Sword of Fate or something like that. These are worth decent amounts. Oh, I'm still lightweight with the blade on. That's nice. Okay, acid abrasives are really good for this, really good for this fight. This guy also does like a ton of damage. Oh. Wow, we do so much damage to this guy. This guy's so easy when you're not underpowered as fuck. Dude, my stamina regen is so bad. Oh yeah, because of the shock. Right. And you aren't weak, bosses are easy, yeah. Crazy. That boss in the any % run... Oh right, I have to use the badge. That boss in the any % run is like is a pain in the fucking ass. It's not as bad as Loxossi or Simon though. When does this game come out? What? You mean when did it come out? I think this game's like... I don't know, how old is this game at this point, chat? I'm actually not sure. They nerfed him. Oh, maybe that's the case. It's been 2 years. Holy shit. everything's fine. Well, yeah. When I was playing Dark Souls 2 the other day, I'm like, how long has it been since DS2? It's like, oh yeah, 12 years. You want me to go back to the French challenge on Elden Ring? I don't know, the French challenge on, I mean, I've tried the French challenge on Elden Ring multiple times and I always just get bored. It's just, dude, Elden Ring has too many fucking bosses. It's Elden Ring, all bosses, randomizer, region locked. What makes it French? I don't know, just a French streamer came up with the challenge. But it's like, I literally did that, I've done that run, or I did that run before the French challenge was even a thing. I got to like, actually, was it with randomizer? I thought it was, but maybe, no, I think it was with randomizer, because, I don't know, I actually can't remember. I'm pretty sure I did. I started that run before, but I got bored. Okay, dude. But now Aggie and Mitch can play Elden Ring nonstop day after day. I don't know, because they get viewers and money doing it. I mean, I don't blame them. Elden Ring, if there's any game to play all the time, Elden Ring's definitely a good one to do. I love Elden Ring, but I definitely can't play it all the time anymore. Everyone will switch to Duskbloods, yeah. You'd think I would learn my lesson, but apparently not. I'm trying to dodge that dog's attack. Aggie beat it, okay. I don't know how people play Elden Ring non-stop either, personally. Yeah, I mean, this is just my personal opinion. I'm not trying to, like, shame anybody for anything before somebody misconstrues what I'm saying. I'm alive. you dog. Oh, yeah, no, that's not anything. For some, I was thinking there was a defense item in there, but it might be. Oh, you know what? I think it's the chest coming up after this bridge. It's in the chest next to that dog, I think. It's like a defense item. I forgot about these things. It's insane how long this tower goes on. You should see the skips that you can do in this level, though. They're actually insane. Like the old patch any % run just boosts all the way up the tower, basically. You just fucking launch or like pogo yourself just all the way up. Yeah, carriage skip is awful. Most of the I think every other skip is on it pretty okay apart from the carriage skip. The carriage skip is so bad though. I think the issue with the carriage skip is there's just no good way to like line up your feet super consistently. There's just nothing to use, there's nothing you can use that actually makes lining up the feet like easy. The training room zip. Yeah, Dara. I practiced, because the thing is, I actually... I practiced the training room skip, but I never actually did that skip in runs before. Oh gosh. I don't think I was supposed to do this. Actually, wait, no, this is the right way. I think. Oh, wait, am I just back where I started? I need to go up. Wait, do I have to take the... I think I have to take the elevator, but I just fucked up. DLC would be fun to watch. I mean, yeah, that's cool, but you're just gonna see me die for like... You're gonna see me die for 5 hours straight on all the bosses, which is not really what I want to do in this marathon. I would like to actually play other games today. Would prefer not to do a 15-hour Liza P run in my marathon. Bruh. No, the bosses aren't easy at all. And I mean, I don't remember how long my first playthrough of the DLC took, but in my first playthrough of the DLC, I also had a bunch of upgrade materials. Yeah, the DLC bosses are really tough, and I'm missing a bunch of amulets and useful items in this run because I've just been rushing through everything.
Whoa! Is that you? Wow. You're really some fighting is all and I actually in the end. Aha! My sister and I have to know. Ultimately.
And I think Arlecchino took me like an hour or two, but I was also... Oh, I was definitely way stronger than I am right now. I'm level 61 right now. I'm pretty sure when I did the DLC before I was like level 80 or 90. Because I did like a full-on casual run and I killed like all the enemies and shit. Alright, well we finally have a checkpoint. Yeah, I mean the DLC is fun. Maybe after the marathon we could do like a casual playthrough of the DLC again or something, but I never... Alright, I'm honestly so tired of saying this, but I never speedrun the DLC. I never speedrun the DLC. That's why I don't want to do it in the marathon. I guess we'll activate this shortcut. I don't know, there's like a clown enemy that's kind of a pain in the ass coming up. God, man. Oh. Running past enemies in this game is so fucking annoying. Like, you roll their attack, but you roll like, the roll in this game is just so fucking bad. I know it's a little bit better if you're on light equip load, but it's still so bad. Alright, we're gonna activate the shortcut here. Can I survive this? I can. The dodge in Sekiro is similarly bad. I am gonna have to disagree with you on that one. Dodge in Sekiro is pretty good. At least compared to this fucking game. AK Transplanter, what's up? Part is so long and boring. Well, we're almost at Laxasia. I thought I got the link dodge skill, but I guess I didn't. I probably should have got that. The link dodge is pretty nice. Hello, Killing Squee. What's up? Yeah, I thought the levels were okay in this game, but they were a little too linear. I wish there was like a little bit more exploration. You have to be locked on for link dodge. Yeah, maybe. At least the shortcuts aren't useless like in Lords. Yeah. A lot of the yeah, the level design in Lords of the Fallen was like, the map was interconnected, but 75% of the shortcuts were completely useless. It's like, oh, I can go back to this area, but I have no reason to ever go back to this area, but I do. Oh no, I don't have link. I don't have link dodge.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
In distant fantasy, many of them call reality. If I would lose my name,
all right.
to this senselessness I see.
Do I have lower stamina consumption on dashing? No. I remember though, it's so dumb that like the translation for some of the stuff in this game is so scuffed. Because I remember when we were testing this game and figuring out like which things were like important to get for the run. Wait, what does that amulet do? We're just gonna be heavy. Fuck it, I don't care. Yeah, we all overlooked that perk because it's like, yeah, lower stamina consumption when dashing, which you would think, well, I don't know, when you I think we all assumed it meant like dodge, it meant lower stamina consumption when dodging, but I wasn't actually. This fight is going to be too bad because we're actually leveled up and we have a max weapon. She hurts. She still hurts quite a lot. Grab. I'm fucking shocked.
Worship the minds.
Yeah, this fight, and that, like this is why I did not want to do old patch, because this fight is like, I actually have defense and stuff right now, and this fight is still, I'm still getting fucking destroyed. Like I would in the old patch run, I would just be getting fucking one shot, which would not be very fun for me. Hold on, I want to put on my acid canister. Wait, she can... Forgot she can do it fucking twice, you bitch. Fuck you. Okay, this one has better resist to electric. Maybe this will be slightly better. I don't fucking know. Right, she does it 3 times in a row. God, this fucking boss is such a bitch. What the fuck, man? Oh, I'm fucked. Ugh, this fight, man. I mean, I kind of remember her moveset. I had to practice this fight so much for the any percent run. Oh, this fight was so fucking awful in the any percent run.
Oh, Simon. Your sword, Vexasia, swears to protect this tower.
Nice being alive, but...
The arm of God will awaken soon.
This fight is so fucking rough, dude.
Welcome
Oh,
home,
this fight is
Ashen
so rough. In the speedrun, we mainly just throw a bunch of consumables and kind of just cheat, like... We would just, like, kill her, but you need everything equipped, so... Specifically... See why you didn't want to do any percent? Yeah. Yeah. I remember you want to, like, the electric isn't that good here. You want to use thermite and you want to use the carcass body fluid bottle. And the shot puts. The acid grindstone should help. That was good. Goodbye. How much does 5 of this? I guess we can get... Wait, why am I at 31% now? Oh, it's because of this fucking amulet. Just take it off. Alright, just one more boss fight left, chat. Not bad. 2 more?
Save me.
2 more.
Oh, God.
It hurt me.
Wookiee Pearl.
Thank you. I was
Well,
weak.
I don't know if we did enough of the phone calls and the Trinity keys to do Nameless Puppet. We'll see, I guess. Doesn't take much. I only did like 2 of the phone calls, dude. I really don't think that we're gonna get Nameless Puppet, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. We shall see.
We did do the right thing, didn't we? I trust you. Let's keep going.
Hey Gemina, thank you for the sub. Cheese, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's called that. Like moon... The moonstone. Dark moon moonstone. That's a shortcut, but I don't really think we need it. Hopefully.
child. I had it's a reason. But if some, in all for one, it's not to. Thank you. It's not. I swear. Go on.
Thanks.
I don't speak. I remember.
I'm not sure if saying yes is better for the humanity or whatever. Doing nameless puppet? I don't know. I don't know. I have no fucking clue, man. You're lying for humanity, right? I am not doing the DLC. What's up, Domo? No, I still have like 15 more games left.
This place is saturated with it. Like what you'd expect from a mountain of dead puppets.
There is no donation that will make me do the DLC. They don't try to chase you down. They definitely do. Well, I say that as these enemies left me alone. Sometimes they do. The marathon takes long enough. Can we include RE9? So there's a showcase for Resident Evil 9 on Thursday, and apparently, well, there are rumors that the demo might happen then. So if the demo gets released for RE9, we'll probably do it in the marathon, just for the hell of it. I know we never ran RE9, but the demo's gonna be like 30 minutes long anyways, so whatever. Who cares? Route the demo? No. I'm just gonna... God, some of you are so... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be nice. You guys are great. Y'all are fantastic. I mean, maybe we'll speedrun the demo, but definitely not during the marathon. I don't really care too much for speedrunning demos, though. I think it's kind of boring. Also, Gemina, thank you for the sub, man.
is Ergo.
Baron Bear,
Is
thank you
it
for the
not
5 gifted subs.
magnificent? Distilled immortality and a key that opens a world with no lies. A key that unlocks true evolution. Give thanks. Ergo is a gift from me, Simon Manus, who will transgress even God. Bow down to your God, who will be born now! Show me everything you have, Papa Dr. Pento.
Damn, bro. Oh, okay. I don't know if you can parry that. I mean, I think you can. Will you stagger, dude?
This is evolution. Behold, as I discard this fragile body. Witness me as I grasp the power of a true God. Bro.
what he's doing. Oh god. All good?
So, true is Sophie.
Sophia. What happened,
I knew it, but you get sky. Find all.
I will lie.
Watch out for what you let down.
Now him, he really scared me. A human becoming a god? Terrifying. But a puppet becoming a human? Now you have my attention. Suit yourself, but sounds fun to me. I wonder, what'll happen now? I sure don't know. But I do know one thing. You're stuck with me, and I'm stuck with you, pal. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I could suicide to skip the elevator. But, whatever. You're right, though. You're supposed to use the last resort.
That's...
I knew you could. I dream. You can be human. I just need. If you give. You have been. Give me.
No.
I believed you were a good boy. But you insist on breaking my heart. Well, I suppose Carlo was mischievous. It seems you inherited his personality instead of his memories. But a father always looks after his children. Even naughty ones that must be punished. Like you. In my own way, I grew to love you. After all, you're the puppet who would bring my son back to life.
Fuck you.
I'm disappointed in you. I didn't mean for this to happen.
Is this Morgoth's voice actor? It does kind of sound like it.
You were a good boy. If you refuse, then I'll have to retrieve it myself. My son. You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. Grand like the other puppets, because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Bro, I don't know how to like I can't fucking parry that attack. I don't know what it is. He's just spamming it over and over again.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
That's not good.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. You troublesome puppet. Freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. So that's right. Bring you back.
Might take a few tries. I don't really remember how to fight this guy very well. Most of the times I fought this guy, I just killed him like I just brute forced the fight, more or less.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you had gone astray, you troublesome puppet. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
I just don't fucking remember the parry timings, dude. I don't fucking remember this fight at all. All I remember is in my first playthrough, I'm pretty sure I killed this guy in like 2 special attacks or something. I think I was using like the wrench and I just killed him in like 2 hits. Practice off stream? I didn't practice for this shit. I don't know, maybe the electric's better, I don't know.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within me. I know you had gone astray. You troublesome puppet. Your freedom is not for you, Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Oh my god, I literally can't fucking parry any of these. Find out. It's like, dude, what? Once the combos. Once the combos start, it's just so. It feels like if you miss one parry, you can't like recover. I don't know how to explain it. It's just you can't. Like if you miss a parry, you just get hit by the entire combo. You can't like recover.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
That has a follow-up.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant with the other puppets because of Carlo's memories with you.
There's no. Okay.
I know you had gone astray.
Yeah, this is the final boss. I could have just skipped this boss, but whatever, it's fine. We'll get it.
You can become a real human. Come to me, My son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets.
I don't know. I feel like I haven't even seen him do that move a single time yet.
I knew you had gone astray. Trouble, puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
God, this fucking second phase is so ass. I was stuck against the corner of the wall. So I couldn't dodge past him. The problem with this boss, I feel like it's so hard to tell when you're actually getting hit. Like, it's just so hard to, I don't know. His moveset is just not, like, when the attacks hit you, is not very obvious for me in the second phase.
Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. Troublesome puppet. Freedom is not for you. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Bad at playing this combo.
Who knows?
Oh, I'm dead. Fuck. Oh, this phase 2, man.
You can become a real human.
This was a mistake doing this fucking fight, but whatever. It's fine.
My son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you had gone astray. Troublesome little break. So long.
I just don't remember how to fight this boss. Every time I fought this boss casually, I just killed him and I just fucking destroyed him with some like OP Fable combo in the second phase. I don't really know if I can do that with the glaive though. Maybe if I buy a bunch of consumables. We could probably do cheese phase too.
I never bound you to the grand covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Nice. Nice! I love that the boss just constantly fucking jumps away. Nice. That's my whole combo.
Now, I'll turn you into a real.
Okay. Cool, man.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound the grand covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you've gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. Freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Fuck you, dude.
Were you going to destroy Carlos' heart?
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Yeah, let me split.
No. You're just a useless puppet.
Hey, fuck you, buddy. How dare he? Alright, GG Liza P. That was a long fucking run, but it was fun. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Pourtant, d'un amour ardent, dont rien, je le sens, ne pourra me défaire. Tu seras toujours mon amant. Je crois en toi comme en bonheur suprême. Je te fuis parfois, mais je reviens quand même. C'est plus faux que moi. Je t'aime.
흩어진 바람의 숨결 가려진 낯선 태양 어디 있는가 외쳐보아도 메아리 정 돌고 돌아와 잊혀진 기억 그리운 향기 애타게 찾아온 이름에 사라져 가시도 찐 맘인 내 영혼 하지만 다시 기억해 바람에 저 노래를 영혼에 숨겨 감춰져 버린 마음에 한없이 잊고 잃어
I'm back. The next game is only up. No, we're not doing the DLC. God damn it. All right. Fuck you and your DLC. All right. We are gonna do... We're gonna do... we're gonna do this game. Deathloop again. What? Why would I do Deathloop again? All right, we are going to do Dishonored. You know what's funny about so many of the speedruns that I've gone back to, and like I'm watching the record run, and this game is full of like 2 FPS strats now. I didn't learn the 2 FPS strats because, well, it's kind of annoying. This is going to be kind of a scuffed run, but it shouldn't be that bad. This game is pretty easy. I mean, we are playing on easy, but the game is pretty easy in general because you can quick save whenever you want. So it's just really easy. Like if you die or mess something up, you could just reload as long as you made a quick save. Alright. Normally you would start at like an autosave after you ride the ship, but we'll ride it, because why not? Who cares? Oh, oops.
Corvo, if only there was someone else I trusted to send, so that you could remain near. But there is no one else, and the Spy Master was right to insist that I send you. The plague has taken so many, and we must find a cure. When you are near, my heart is at peace. Emily and I will count the days until you return. Hurry home and bring good news.
Yeah, this is one of the issues with 4K, is that the subtitles get really tiny.
Steady hand.
At least on the older games. Although these subs are okay.
Casting off. We're away. Take us straight to Dunwall Tower. Lord Corvo has news for the Empress, and we've come a long way.
A long way to bring bad news. The sailors say there's a curse on us. Black magic.
Superstition. For all we know, there's a cure for the plague by now.
Maybe. We live in strange times. Sending the Empress's bodyguard away for a couple of months. That's unusual.
Well, this was important. We need help with the rat plague.
He's just got big hands, man.
Ho there! We're going up.
Seal, ready. Turning on the pipes.
How long will this take? I don't know. Like an hour at most, hopefully.
Home at last.
Steady pressure. And stop. Shut her down.
The Empress will be waiting for your news, Corvo.
Alright. So we start the run by coming over here and climbing this wall. Come on, get up there.
Never doubt it. Well,
she'll see you at once.
They're sick people, not criminals.
We've gone beyond that question, Your Majesty.
They're my citizens, and we will save them from the plague if we can. All of them.
Very well.
We will not speak of this again.
Mother, Corvo is back.
Thank you, Emily. Leave us, please.
You know what's crazy, chat, is this game, you can do... This game actually supports FPS binds. Like, you can set keybinds to change the FPS in the INI file for this game.
Full of surprises, as usual.
Which is really nice, actually.
It's a fair wind that brings you home to me. What news have you brought?
Follow me.
I wish more games had options for that. Alright.
I hope that one of the other cities have dealt with this before.
Now we're gonna make a save here. Hopefully we don't mess this up.
This is very bad.
Oh.
At the breaking
Okay.
point.
Alright. There is a glitch in this game. It's called like elevator glitch. Hold on, my timing was off there. Bro, Why are these fucking idiots here? Alright, whatever. These enemies are not supposed to attack us here, but I guess I messed something up. I don't know.
Thank you. If you hadn't been here.
No more.
Whatever.
Not again. Mommy! No! Get away from her.
Yeah, you can basically launch yourself up the edges of collision.
Corvo, it's all coming apart. Find Emily. Protect her. You're the only one. You'll know what to do. Won't you? Corvo.
Lord us all, look at what he's done.
Like how everyone...
He's killed the Empress.
I would be surprised if the run takes longer than 2 hours, but you never know, I guess. Maybe if I mess up some section really badly and I...
Beheaded for this, Corvo.
But yeah, probably shouldn't take longer than that. I would be very surprised. Oh yeah, there's a strat, by the way, where you hold... I forgot to do it, but you hold F for like 2.5 minutes straight during that intro cutscene, and it allows you to skip this first F... Like, it skips what I just skipped slightly faster. It saves like 1 second.
You should eat, Corvo. This meal comes from a friend.
Yeah, I mean, half of this run is just riding the boat. Alright, so we're gonna do a glitch here. Oh, wait, hold on. A macro that I need to turn on. It's allowed, by the way, I'm not cheating. Forgot to turn the macro. It's basically like a free scroll. It's basically like a free scroll macro.
Did I tell you about the time I almost caught that guy who killed the Empress? Blow off.
There we go. All right. Oh, I almost fell. We're just gonna clip out of the prison, you know, no problem. Switch to 2 FPS because it makes you move forward slightly faster in the air. Oh, that's not good. We're gonna go out of bounds here. Alright, so there is a new, like, low FPS tech that's used in the run, but we're gonna go... We're just gonna go this way. This is the old strat. Alright, so now there's another glitch we do here. We crouch here until we see this... Hello? Oh, there we go. So we see the spacebar pop up, and then we basically force ourselves to like climb up where we're not really supposed to.
You won't get past me, sir. You know who we're hunting here? Don't try to take him out alone.
Attention Dunwall citizens. The assassin Corvo, responsible for the murder of our fair Empress and the disappearance of Lady
Corvo, over here. I'm Samuel, and I work for some good people who want very much to meet you. They said you'd come out here. I can still hardly believe it. I'll take you to meet them. Just down the river from here. This is the Hound Pit's pub. Closed for business after district.
This is bonus game 18. This is game number 36 in the marathon.
Knows and he don't know a thing.
The boat cutscenes kind of kill this run. There's actually a mod that they made for the game that speeds up all the non-interactive cutscenes.
The Lord Regent's going to be tearing the city apart.
I probably should have installed it, but I actually didn't. I didn't really know where to, I saw that in the world record he has.
The Admiral's a man to be
he has like it sped up, but it's whatever.
And clear your name. He can.
Yeah, all the boat rides are like 10 times faster. Just like automatically speeds them up. Pretty sure it's allowed for the speed run. I mean, it's in the world record. So there's a new strat where you clip into this building. Using low FPS, but
we can continue. Pleased to meet you, Master Corvo. I saw you at court.
been used for a long time now. Okay.
Can you get a new tank from upstairs, please, while I this in place? Careful. Oil and stable. Minute it's perfect. Thank you. Tell me what I can make for you. You must be exhausted.
All right, so now there's a skip that we can do in this section coming up.
Will get even more difficult soon. You should rest while you can. Sleep well.
So we hold. We're basically scrolling right now, and when we spawn in here, we're gonna wake up like upstairs. Yeah, you can see how it kind of glitches out like that. It's very strange.
Hello, Cole.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. There's a setting that I forgot to turn. Where is it? Auto use mana elixir. Oh. I think I was supposed to let my mana regen there or something. I don't know. This is kind of scuffed. That was not very good. Okay though. Did the bonus game counting be updated? No, I don't think we're gonna do it. We're capping the marathon at 25 bonus games because I'm like running out of games that I actually have speedrun before. What's up, Palello? Alright, so we need to grab this bone charm, this pouch, this pouch. We're basically just grabbing money right now. Do I need these artifacts? I don't remember what those actually do. No, I don't think I don't think we need that.
What can I do for you?
So we buy the ruin. Those. I was not supposed to buy 4 grenades, but I guess that's fine.
Well, another thing. Campbell is holding a former...
Oh, what? You can skip that interaction.
Ready to go?
That's okay.
Just give the signal.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, that's okay. I'm supposed to upgrade my agility.
It'll be a rough trip. Used to be to go straight up Clavering Boulevard, but now it's not so easy. Half the city's dead of the plague.
This game is a pretty easy run to learn, honestly.
City Watch still holds the bigger streets, and they've set up those wall of light checkpoints. A man walks through one of those, and he ends up burned to a crisp. Everything not controlled by the City Watch is gang territory. Then there are the real odd birds living on the fringes, like that Granny Rags. They say she's nuts. I don't know which is worse. Just take your pick.
Spring Razor is 2. That is not what I wanted to load. Okay. Alright, hold on. I need to get... That upgrade I just got is for a double jump. Oh my god.
It is with regret that I announce that my term as Lord Regent will extend his truth.
Oops.
Got you now. Find you, here you are. The worm. Got you now.
I think that's everything I need.
I hear a second. I was just reading in the archive about the heretic's brand. It sounds painful. What was that?
Isn't very good. Bruh. Bruh. Oh my fucking... Okay, you know what? It's fine. Does it have an auto potion setting? Yeah, but you still have to press the button twice.
I hear the second day is on the schedule. I was just reading in the archive about the heretic's brand. It sounds painful.
Alright, I'm gonna make an autosave here. You don't need rune. Yeah? Whatever. I grabbed it. Okay, now we need to do like a wall clip. Grab that. Grab this rune. Nobody here, that's good. Not really quite how you're supposed to do that, but you know, that's okay. There's also some low FPS strat with this guy. I don't fucking remember. We're not gonna do the low FPS. I think you skip this like dialogue that he's saying right now if you go low FPS.
You ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, let's go. Admiral Havelock and Lord Pendleton are in the courtyard. I expect they'll want to congratulate you.
I thought about learning the Dishonored 2 run, but I never did. The Dishonored 2 run is actually really cool. It has some like crazy tech.
Side of the river between John Clavering Boulevard.
No, I didn't really practice for this run that much.
I know
What's up,
the
Seeker?
Not as a patron.
Okay, now we go. And we can like. How does this work again? Wait, am I doing it the wrong direction? Is it like this? I don't fucking remember. Or am I just supposed to teleport clip? Oh, whatever. We're just gonna do that. I don't think you have to like teleport clip through it. Oh right, I'm supposed to kill this guy. We grab that rune, and then we press the wrong button again. Good. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna teleport through again. Fuck this. I believe we get agility 2 here. And then now we do a teleport clip through this wall, which is kind of annoying. Or am I supposed to get blink 2 here? Do you know, Seeker, actually? Oh, this one is like... I remember this one is tricky. I don't remember how to do it. Oh, do you have to jump on the pipe? Really? This might be a bad idea, chat. I don't remember how to do this. I remember this is like the hardest teleport clip in the run. I mean, I'm stuck on the pipe. I can't... I think I have to look more down. It's like the angle that you look. Oh, this is fucking hopeless. I don't know. I don't remember. I really don't remember what... I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Is it really that I need to jump on the pipe? I don't feel like that. Oh my god, this is not... You know what? I'm just gonna go the fucking slow way, I guess, which is, I'm pretty sure, just back out the way we fucking came. I don't know. I don't want to do this shit. You want to see the skip? Well, that's great, but
Corvo.
I'm getting annoyed.
Pendleton's waiting for you on the dock.
Corvo. I'll take you to the Golden Cat when you're ready. I've taken Lord Pendleton enough time.
I mean, that skip saves like 5 seconds.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
So it's kind of like whatever. Hey, Classum, thank you for the 25 gifted subs, man.
Toilet
I'll get you as close as I can to the Golden Cat, Corvo. You'll have to go the rest of the way on your own.
Fuck off!
The entrance is near Holker Square. The main thing is to make sure that little girl, Emily...
I remember that particular teleport gave me a lot of issues. Like, you gotta... I don't know, you gotta do it a very specific way for it to work. Some of them are really... Some of the teleport clips are really easy to do. Others are not...
He and his Bottle Street gang
not very easy.
Dunwall Whiskey Factory. They sell the elixir that folks use to fight off the plague. I'll lay low, but keep an eye out for you and the little lady you bring him back. Good luck to you. I know Emily must mean a lot to you. Careful going up the street.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Bro, give me the fucking... Ow.
Attention, Dunwall citizens. Anyone with
Awesome choice, stranger.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
God. Let me just make sure this actually kills him.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
I thought it's right here. Oh, fuck's sakes.
Awesome choice, stranger.
Bro, I don't remember where to throw this thing. This is close, but I don't think I'm quite in the right spot.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
The thing is, my collision doesn't look the same as in the run that I remember. Damn, I'm actually kind of cooked right now. Where the fuck is that?
Okay, that might be worth checking out. Heard something.
You heard nothing, lady. Shut up.
Come out.
I'm gonna find you, whoever.
How does this grenade work, man? This is not good, chat. Here is random. I don't think this guy is random in the basement. Doesn't that only work if he spawns down there? I don't think it's... I don't know. I don't know. I'm confused now. I don't actually remember how you get back inbounds here either.
I have to get this position. He says to bring a bottle, I bring a bottle.
He says to bring food, I bring food. He says to undress, I undress.
Oh my god, what am I fucking... I'm just gonna do this fucking... I'm just gonna do this section normally. I don't know. I'm confused. This is the wrong fucking save.
All quiet. Where to Morgan?
I'm pretty sure it has like green Is the other guy down here? Honestly, chat, this is not going according to plan at all anymore. That wasn't obvious enough. I don't fucking know what I'm doing. There was a plan? Yeah, the plan was throw a grenade, kill that one guy, and then kill the other guy. But I don't know where the other guy is, so... Can leave location. Yeah, but isn't there 2 guys that you have to kill? It's not just one. Did I kill 2? I feel like... No? Are you I feel like... Not gonna lie, chat, I feel like... Get out of my way, lady. I don't know, man. This is so scuffed.
I heard you there. What now?
The second guy is most definitely... I don't know. Maybe he's optional. I don't know why we would kill him in the fucking speedrun if he was optional, though.
I'll wait here with our little guest, cute thing that she is, until you had a chance to do whatever it is you're gonna do with the Pendleton Lords. I swear on my...
Yeah, I mean, I was right. I don't fucking know where the guy is. I told you, chat.
Keep running. Think you're being quiet? Have someone help me out. Damn it. Just die. Let's beat him to the house. To worms.
I don't know what to do. I don't know, chat. I think we might have to just redo the entire level, because I feel like the guy's positioning is completely fucked. I don't think the guy... I don't know if he's hiding in a room now. Maybe he's here.
Oh no! Help me!
Here you are.
Stand clear!
Come on. Come to dinner now. My sweet little birds. Come to Granny. Granny won't hurt you.
We have not been blinking nearly enough. This is the most scuffed fucking Dishonored run ever, dude. This is so bad. Just let me... Okay, fine, I'll teleport. Dude, why can I not fucking climb? Hello?
I hear you, bastard.
Are you both ready to go?
Well, get me out of here.
You must have worked wonders out there in the city tonight. I can't believe my old eyes.
Dude.
So you did the business, did you, Corvo? I'm not one to speak against my betters, mind you, but if anybody ever deserved their fate, it was those Pendletons.
What business are you talking about?
Oh,
Yeah,
grown up business, girl.
For some reason, I was thinking... Excuse me.
It's okay.
For some reason, I was thinking that the brothers, like the one in the basement, is consistent, but
Concentrate on piloting this boat.
it's not. I think in the speed... Well, I don't actually know what you do in the record route in that level anymore, but I remember the old strat was you would clip out of bounds, throw the grenade, and then you would go check, I guess, the other two brother spawns. I guess the grenade is just there in case he spawns in the basement, but it's never... Like, you just throw it, and if he's there, he dies, and if he's not, then you check the other other spot.
Would you like to see your room in the tower?
Can I see it?
Yes, you may. You'll get to see it all.
I think there's only like 3 spawns total for the brothers, or maybe like 4.
I think I'll like it here. I'll go with Callista, Corvo. I'll see you later.
You do not fail to impress. Armed with a blade, you
Lamps on the second floor, Greeny's in the basement. Yeah, but you don't...
The Pendleton twins gone.
You don't know... Like, you can't see those... I don't think you could see the green lamps.
In one night.
Or actually, maybe you can see the green lamps through the wall.
I need to speak to you soon. But for now...
I don't know. I can't remember.
Request your attention. Corvo, the Loyalists can...
All right, my friend.
Get out of my way, dude. Wait, no, we're not at this part. I was thinking... Wait, where the hell does... He's up here?
Ask me for any gear you need.
This is totally part of the run, guys. Don't worry about it. I can... Bro, I could buy 1 bullet. Alright, yep. Got it. We really need that bullet. That's really important.
Off to Caldwin's Bridge, sir. We'll get our sleep later. Just climb aboard when you're ready. What do you think, Corvo? Caldwin's Bridge. You've been in the city for years, but you lived in Dunwall Tower with the late Empress, so maybe you haven't visited the bridge before tonight. Something to look out for. See all them lights on the water? That's right, we'll be spotted for sure. You're gonna have to shut off their power before I can pick you up. Now, about bringing Sokolov back alive, he's smart. Maybe even smarter than Piero. Got the whole of Dunwall under his thumb with all that natural philosophy business. New technology, potions and the like. Seems dangerous to me. But what do I know? Here we are.
Hey, what? We're not taking this one.
Citizens of...
Technical officer before coming on to me.
Oops. I should have made a quick save. Damn it, dude. Are you serious? Fine. Pretty sure I'm... How do you do... There is a timing. Oh, well, I guess that works. Oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing, dude? Oh, I'm back here. I don't understand. Do I have Blink 2 right now, don't I? Why the fuck is my distance so... Why is the distance so bad? I don't get it.
You print money. I like it.
I don't know. Whatever, dude. Blink between the first and the second jump. That's what I was trying to do, but like clearly I was not doing it correctly. Oh, speed.
I now turn my hopes of him. What?
No, I didn't want to fucking talk to you, bro.
Who are you? What is it?
Shut up. Oh.
Royal physician himself. You made a neat job.
We did not do that quite right. Oh, this run is so scuffed, but whatever. I'm not trying to get record in this game.
They set up a cell for Sokolov in the old kennel. Shackles and everything. It'll be a shock, him waking up in the straw and old dog poop. But from what I hear, he's woken up worse places. Guess we all have at that.
Honestly, running this game with the sped up cutscenes would probably be a lot more fun. I liked running this game, but the waiting, like the boat rides and stuff, were just so slow.
Well done.
Corvo, wake up! You were making funny faces while you were sleeping. I decided to nap here in your room while Callista was taking her bath. She told me if there's ever trouble, I should always run here. Callista will come get me when she's done with...
No, I don't have the cutscene skip mod, because it's like... Can I go out the fucking window, bro?
Royal physician. You're part of
You
this
piece
rabble.
of shit, Sokolov. How do you do this one?
The Boyle costume ball, huh? Well, that'll be fun, but not for everybody. You ready?
At RNG time, I think I downloaded there's a mod that's actually allowed that makes the RNG for this section fixed.
Watch yourself, Corvo.
I think.
Don't fool around.
I'm pretty sure I installed that mod, so
Once you get to the party,
I think we're always gonna get good RNG. Unless I didn't actually install
enjoy
it.
your evening out with the local quality. Better you.
This section used to just be like, if you got bad RNG here, you just reset. It was kinda ass. RNG is a part of speedrunning. Cool, dude.
What? Who's there?
I don't remember wait, which? Wait, I don't remember which note you need to read, so I'm just grabbing all of them.
Hey, they told me not to let anyone up here. Do me a favor.
I hope you enjoyed your evening, sir. But we'd best be on our way. Quickly. Pendleton said he would meet us here. I checked the wine cellar. Losing family gives a man a thirst.
You did it. And now we've done away with a woman, and a noble woman at that. But Boyle was a viper. She helped the Lord Regent kill the Empress. So I don't feel a thing for her. I've heard from Lord Shaw this morning, which means my note was not delivered. This puts me in an awkward position. But then, you weren't the one who said his wife had the face of a playground. Thank you. I will try not to overburden you in future missions. You've had a long night, Corvo, but I fear it's not over. Havelock and Martin have already cooked up something more for you. They would like to see you now, in Havelock's chambers above the bar.
Corvo, the time. Dunwall citizens, the streets adjacent to Boyle Manor remain off limits pending an ongoing investigation.
Ready to face the Lord Regent? About time we took care of my say. Long past time.
Do it. Alright, there is a grenade strat that we need to do here, chat, and I'm probably gonna fuck it up horribly, but hopefully not.
Last memories of Dunwall Tower might not be good ones, huh? So maybe you can make up for what happened back then. It'll be a bit of a climb from the waterlogged. Most important thing is killing the Lord Regent. Built himself quite a place at the top of the tower. Calls it his safe room or something. Crazy if you ask me. Another point of interest while I'm giving you the grand tour, Corvo. Broadcast control station here where all them announcements come from. Might be worth looking into. You ready? Next time I see you, the Lord Regent will be dead. And if not, well, it was an honor to serve with you.
Damn, bro. Chill, bro. What? I don't know why. Did I kill him? I don't think I killed him, chat. Where's my fucking... This is so scuffed. Oh god, this is so scuffed. Okay, got him. Did I really not get him, dude? Did he just fly? Oh my god, dude. Fuck. This fucking strat is so annoying. I don't remember exactly the lineup. Maybe I need to throw him more to the left. I feel like this is the right... I don't know, it might be worth checking a lineup or something here. I don't... Can't you just kill him normally? Well, there's... Can I just run up to him and shoot? Isn't there like an electric gate? You can't. No, it doesn't work. Bro, how is he not fucking dying from this grenade, bro? Like, okay, you know what? Just go open up a run. This is actually tilting me. Why is my monitor capture on? I don't know. I'm like I'm pretty sure this is like the right lineup, but I guess not. I don't. Guess not. Okay. This is so fucking annoying. Nice, dude. This is totally going according to plan.
Attention, Dunwall Tower personnel. All unactive.
This is totally the route.
Is it all done? You ready to go back
It's
to
all
the
done,
hot pits?
dude.
Thanks to you, Corvo. All right, let's go. Big changes. Makes me uneasy, to tell the truth. Small fry like
There's
me
like a
always
bunch of
gets
very
the
specific line. Well, I mean,
Maybe it's
they're
going
not
to be
like
different
super precise, but you need to aim at the right spot for a lot of the blinks to negate fall damage. It's really weird how fall damage in this
The
game
others are in
works.
the bar. No doubt waiting to raise a glass in your name. Me, I think I'll just linger out here if you don't mind. Reflect on things while we have a moment. Congratulations, Corvo.
Corvo!
Get out of my fucking way, Emily.
He's done it.
To Corvo.
Alright, now it's time for like a 3-minute auto-scroller, so I'll be right back. Actually, wait a sec. I think there's like a
Samuel,
stage.
You move like
Oh.
you've been drinking.
I can't remember. Oh yeah, I need to press continue. I'll be right back.
This is the one who was with the Empress when she died. Poisoned. Tivian stuff. Amateur work. He'll live. That's up to Dowd.
a great deal, bodyguard. I recognize those marks on your hand. A gift from your friend. The one who talks to you in the dark. Talks to you when you visit his shrine.
I think we have like 2 more stages left.
Those shrines too. And I know what it felt like to shove a blade into your Empress. But I don't know you. Who you are, and who you fight for. You're a mystery. And I can't allow that.
Oh. Oops.
You print money. I like money.
Hey, not a rake. Thank you for the 21 months. Alright, so the intended strat here, chat, is to break the wood with these bricks. But we're gonna go for the strat that saves 3 seconds. We're totally gonna hit it first try. It's not looking good, chat. I don't think we're saving time. Dude, some of this clip and the other one are so... Why can't, like, it won't even go out of the... Why is this so impossible? There we go. Nailed it. Oh, I did not want to pick that up. Oh, whatever. That's not good. Dude, how the fuck are you how are you supposed to make this? I'm so confused. Is it because I have this fucking sword out? There's no way I can make this. I think it's because of the sword. It's capping my move speed. This run is horrid. Thanks, man. I don't know. I'm supposed to blink on top of there, but I don't actually know. I might have to just... I might just reload the autosave. And just break the wood. Bro. Will you fuck off, you bitch? Oh my fucking god. What? Am I really just blinking that badly? I just don't understand how I'm not... Oh, you know what? No, I do know why I'm not. It's because I don't have fucking Void channel on. That's why all this shit has not been fucking working. It's like there's gotta be something I'm like doing wrong. Oh. There's a specific spot that you want to blink. I think it's like this. Oh, yeah. Okay. Speed. Such speed. Much wow. That would explain why so many things have felt off. I was supposed to equip that like fucking 2 minutes into the run, chat. Just FYI.
I can't see anything.
Oops. I could have sworn there's like a table or something that has. Okay, do I have to do it from the? Oh my god, why is my quick save here? There it is. Oh, this run is so bad. Whatever though, it's okay. I'm actually a bit lost all of a sudden. I think I need to go around the... Oh yeah, it's right here. Like a specific angle where you can blink through the wall. I think there's a new strat here, but just do what I remember. I fucked this up.
There you are.
Oh, I just wanted the potions, you fuck.
Thought I'd find you here. It never pays to bet against.
Oh, that was not very good, chat. You're supposed. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. We're almost done.
We'll need to get out of here soon. The Admiral controls the military.
This has been such a terrible run, but I mean it's fine. I was gonna practice this whole game. I watched like a run of it, but I was gonna practice everything, but I don't know. The game's really not that hard.
Then
I
one more
mean,
trip across
it's
the
hard to
river
go
where it meets
super
the sea.
fast, but
That's where the Lord Regent was building his new lighthouse. Ought to be something to see.
You won't stay hidden for long.
This is it, sir. I suspect Havelock Martin and Lord Pendleton landed there a while ago and went into the lighthouse. Knowing them, they're not giving up without a fight. I remember hearing the Admiral and Martin talking about this place as where they'd hold up if they had to. Anybody going in...
have I done Sifu? No, I never ran Sifu.
There's only one way to the top. All I can say is that it's been a pleasure serving with you. Maybe after all this is settled, we'll see each other again. Good luck, Corvo. If anyone deserves it, you do.
Thanks, buddy.
Give my best to Emily. After...
Pretty sure I made an autosave. I did. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here.
Present yourself. Don't make me find you.
There's a clip. Wait, bro, what? Thought I made a quick save. I guess not. This There's a way to blink through this, but I don't know how. You need a jump macro as you climb that ledge. Oh, it still doesn't seem like it's working.
Only a question.
Oh, okay, I see. Thanks, Seeker. Alright, GG.
I knew you'd come.
Yeah, no, I was holding it for too long. You have to you have to like hold it for a little bit and then just let go.
So ends the interregnum, and now Emily Caldwin the First will take her mother's throne after a season of turmoil. You will stand at her side, Corvo, guiding her young mind and protecting her from those who seek to exploit her.
That was it. Yep. Dishonored is a really short game. I mean, I don't know how long it takes. Like casually, I think the game is, I don't know, like
you held back instead of striking.
Casually, the game's definitely a bit longer.
So it is with the passing of the plague and Emily's ascension. comes a golden age.
But if you're just spamming blink and just rushing through the game, you can get through it really fast. The Dishonored 2 run actually looked super fun. I'm kind of sad that I never learned how to run Dishonored 2, but it is also a very technical run, so
hair turns white and you pass from this world,
even if I had learned how to run Dishonored 2, it would probably be a bitch to go back to it.
Lay your body down within her mother's great tomb, because you are more to her than royal protector. Farewell, Corvo.
For all of the big and the small, where the taller they stand, where the harder they fall. We live for today, but we die for the next. With blood in our veins, in the air, in our chest, we step into war with our hearts.
Dishonored 2 just has some really cool glitches. There's like a when you like vault over stuff in that game, you can do this like super kick launch. You have so much like movement. There's like a crazy amount of movement in the Dishonored 2 run. I think it doesn't work on. I think you have to down patch the game though. Run on current patch? Really? Okay, never mind then. I thought that like the movement glitches only worked on old patch, but I guess I'm just misremembering. It was a short game, I told you. All right, GG. Yeah, I played this. I played Remnant 2. Really speed ran it though. I did like challenge runs of Remnant 2. How many hours do I have in Remnant 2 actually? 195 hours in Remnant 2. I played it a lot. It was a fun game. That's actually more hours than I have in Remnant 1. Well, according to my Steam hours, but I feel like for super old games, my Steam hours are just incorrect. Because like it says I only have 55 hours played in Scholar the First Sin and like 490 hours in Dark Souls 2. Yeah, I did the DLCs for Remnant 2. I don't think I did the last one that came out though. The like third DLC for the game. Thought the DLCs were okay. They weren't like amazing, but they were alright. I don't know, it's weird, because I feel like I remember asking people about the last DLC that came out, and people said it's not... I don't know. I'm compiling shaders for the next game. It is going very slowly. Doom the Dark Ages. How long is the Dark Age run now? No, I never ran Dark Ages. The speedrun strats in Dark Ages just were kind of lame. You just like start the level and then you mantle a ledge and you open up the map for like 45 seconds and then you just teleport to like the fucking end of the level. I don't know. It's just the speed tech for Dark Ages is not as cool as the other games, I feel like. How? I don't know. There's some glitch with like the map in Dark Ages. You can like teleport where you're looking on the map or some bullshit. I honestly don't even I don't know how the hell that shit works in Dark Ages, but yeah, like while you're in the middle of climbing a ledge, you open the map and then it can teleport you around the map. I still enjoyed Dark Ages. I didn't really like that the mech segments are like 30% of the run. Yeah, that kind of sucks. And like the dragon stuff in Dark Ages is also really weird. They definitely kind of missed the mark with Dark Ages in my opinion, sadly. You know, since this is the old version of the game, am I gonna get the thong? I hope so. All right, here we go, chat. WUCHANG. Time to woo my Chang. How come old version? Because that's the version that I fucking ran. And because there's dupe glitch. Yeah, there's paid DLC for this game that they messed up and gave to everybody for free, and then they patched it out. Alright, let's see. Wait, do I have it? I think you have to get it from the donation box. Wait a sec. How do I... I might have to fix my controller binds for this game. Because there's like a fast. You can have 2 different buttons for sprinting in this game, which allows you to do this like fast dodging tech. No 2B WUCHANG. WUCHANG don't need no 2B, alright? Also, we should probably just skip this cutscene, but whatever. Can I...
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Hold on. I might have to restart the game. I think I have to add the game as a non-Steam game because I don't think that... Yeah, I'm gonna restart the game. Sorry, one sec. I really need to set up the binds for this game. I just kind of forgot about this. Since I'm on like an old patch of the game, it's a little awkward. Alright, we should be good. Do the dual sword clash build? No. I think I won't. I think I'm gonna do the speedrun build. That, you know, is used for the speedrun. Where's the donation box? I think it's in here somewhere, right? This is very important for the run. Gotta equip this Night Spectre armor. There we go. I'm gonna take, you know what? There's a skip that we can do here. Oh yeah, we need to just... Oh. We need to go far enough out here. Load in the area. Oops. God damn it. Oh, I dashed off too much to the left. I should have just done the faster strat. I went for the Pete strat, but then I missed. Oops. Oh, god damn.
Toilet bitch.
For elevator ride. Oh, what are my graphic settings like? Bro, my game crashed. Are you kidding me? Come on, dude. Okay. Okay. Why is it crashing? Why is the game at 8 FPS? The fuck? The game is at 10 FPS right now. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. The game's just cursed. For some reason, no idea what's happening. I restart the game again. Deathloop moment. Yeah, well, at least my stream's not crashing. It seems like it's better now. I have no idea what just happened. Very strange. Really hope it doesn't crash again. The thing is, when I ran this game, it never really crashed from what I remember. Great. Please do not crash again. I love elevators. Stellar Blade is more Gooner game than this. Well, yeah, especially with the mods. Stellar Blade has probably the most Gooner mods out of, like, any game. But I mean, not that I'm surprised. Skyrim exists? I don't know, guys. I think Stellar Blade might have Skyrim beat. No shot? I don't know, man. I love slow elevator rides. Yippee. Woohoo. They sped the elevator's speed in a later patch? No, they actually didn't. Oh, fuck. Wait, which one is it? God damn it, dude. I don't want to mess this up, chat. Okay, it's just the first option.
If obsession were but a fleeting notion, would the world still be steeped in such suffering?
Please don't die. Luckily, I think we spawned. I think it sets your spawn here in this location. If it doesn't, that's kind of bad. It does. Oh my god, I can't. I need to land on this fucking this thing, but I don't. There's some lantern fruit we need to pick up here. I used that lantern for way too late. It's gonna be wasted on the elevator. Whatever. All right. Oh, Jesus. Man, I love this game. What a great game. I love riding these elevators. Alright, we're getting the first talisman in the run. A really good one. Yeah, this is old patch, so we are gonna do a dupe glitch, which is gonna make us very, very overpowered. Okay. Yeah, this talisman we pick up gives us more stamina regeneration. Basically, running this game is like running Elden Ring. You just run around and pick shit up for the first like 15 minutes. Yeah, the Stellar Blade run is pretty cool, I think. Alright, please, good RNG on the ladders. Oh. Only you knew. I've seen there's like a crate. I mean, I remember you linked me some like really broken tech from the Stellar Blade run. We're coming over here to grab this really good spell, which we are going to use to destroy one of the bosses later on. I'm fucking dead. No shot. I think I went the wrong. I don't know why. I thought this was the pathway, but I think I don't think this was wasn't actually the right path. Fuck, man. Now I gotta run back so fucking far. Well, time to go up the ladders again. I guess I should have grabbed that checkpoint before. I just really didn't think I was gonna die. It's not really dangerous going... Not really dangerous going down that section at all. Time for fucking 3 super slow ass ladders. Yippee. Don't think I took the spell. No, I did take the spell. I'm 100% sure of it. All right, I'm gonna grab the checkpoint. What does this full armor set look like, actually? This is old patch. I went into the left there, but I was supposed to go to the right. Okay, get some more lantern fruit. These lantern fruits are really important. So basically what we're doing right now, chat, is just running around collecting a bunch of shit. There's actually mines here that we gotta be careful for, though. I wasn't supposed to use that yet. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know why I even picked this up. I don't. This is, you normally pick this up in the speed run, but since we're using since we grabbed the ones from the donation box, we didn't really need to do that. Oh well, it's okay. Is that damage normal? Well, we're kind of in like a later game area right now. I mean, my PB is 43 minutes, but that was also with like first try on every boss, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we're already like 15 minutes behind my PB, I'm pretty sure. We're here to grab an amulet. And just grab that through the like through the wall. Kind of nice. Okay. So now we go back to the temple.
Well, look who's back. Feeling now. Don't believe me, eh? How about I introduce you to someone worthy? Don't call me cruel. You know how it goes. No sweet dreams without crushing a few nightmares first.
Would GDQ allow these outfits? Probably not.
Do you think our baby brother will look like us? I'm so excited to meet him.
Their base game outfits, yeah, but GDQ still doesn't like to promote like super sexual things or super graphic games. But I know. Stellar Blade banned from GDQ. I mean, you can just play the game with the armor on, chat. You don't have to be naked. Like, yeah, it's not a mod, but it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. You know, like if they're speedrunning Outlast 2 in fucking GDQ, they're not gonna show the fucking birth cutscene. I mean, even though you can skip the cutscene, but you get my point. Like, there's still some things that they don't want you to show, regardless of whether it's just normally in the game. How do I do this? All right. So we are stacking level ups right now. I don't know how many level ups I want. This is probably too many. Okay, this is definitely too many. We're gonna be like level 400 at this point, but whatever. Fine, guys. We're almost there. Okay, I definitely overdid this. I think in the speedrun we get, I don't know, like 100 level ups or something. You don't get that many. Yeah, this is, we have like, we're gonna have like 500 level ups. All right, seems pretty good. Yeah, we go for something like that, and then we go... Oh no, we can't do Temperance Charge until we progress the main story a bit more. I don't think we need sword. Actually... Oh wait, no, we want Crescent Moon on this weapon. I'm a little rusty at this game. This is not very good menuing, if you couldn't tell already. It was pretty obvious though. I think this is around the level ups that we would get. I think we would also go for the one-handed sword, but we don't have the one-handed sword. Alright. That should be fine. I'm trying to remember where do we get the one-handed sword? Because I know we get the spear and the axe up here. Oh, actually, I think I remember where we get it. It's before like the final boss of this section. Thank you. All right, so there's a ladder skip that we could do here. Epic. We definitely did not do that fight correctly, but you know, it's all right. What's my PB? My PB is 43 minutes and 22 seconds. I can't remember what you picked that feather up for, actually. Okay, so this is where we get the spear. That's not good. Okay, you're not supposed to grab this shrine. I really don't think I'm gonna die. But I really don't. If I do die, I don't want to get sent back fucking ages, so. I want to grab this bowl. No, I already did the chapter 1 skip. You still have to kill this guy though. Unless you want to do like 0 damage the entire run. I feel like my damage is lower than it's supposed to be. I'm not sure why. I'm supposed to be doing like way more damage here. This is efficient, I think.
Forget me not.
I think he's dead. Is he dead? Yeah, no, it does count. Yeah. The whole reason we kill this boss is for tempering. Tempering basically allows us to put a buff on our weapon that makes it do like fire damage, which is very good. Why is my fucking damage so shit though? I swear I'm supposed to be doing like way more damage with this crescent moon. I'm not confused. I thought we were able to get another +1. Oh, there it is. Okay. Are All right, we also need to get skills up here. I think we need that. Want that. Go up here for these. Going for the billion stats build. Let's okay. Oh, I was supposed to equip this. Combo ignition. Might as well take every single upgrade. Yeah.
Greetings.
Well, you've got potential. I'll give you that. Now that it took quite sense not to most.
Right, so we give him this golden lamp, or golden bowl, sorry.
Come back soon. Well, let me guess. If you do,
The golden bowl gives us the ability to buy this.
yeah?
Why try disciplinary force,
Come back soon.
which is very nice. Okay. Put the one-handed sword on, we equip the Lotus Soul Flame spell, we equip the Temperance, we switch weapons, and I think we Temperance for this guy. Okay, I don't think I did this right. I'm not sure if I got the right move here for the one-handed sword. There's a strat. Let me try this. Let me check something. Is it this one? No, it should be... I think it's this one. Oh, I know what I need to do. This is the reason I'm doing no fucking damage is because I forgot to use the maddening incense. We need to be full madness. It makes you do... Wait, why the fuck is this bitch here? I messed this up.
Will claim the throne!
Am I still able to do this? Rats? I think I can, but I have to like start the combo on this guy. Like, the thing is, we want to have full meter here. Yeah, the heals do like fucking nothing for us though. Alright, goodbye, buddy. So, killing this guy gives a really good weapon. So now we have the Flamebringer, which is a super OP weapon. We need to put our Temperance and our sockets on it, though. So we put that on. And now we... actually, I think... Okay, I think the Temperance is already on it. But the Benedictions... Oh, wait, actually, no, we're not good. We need to change the skills on... We need to put on sword counter. We want to be able to parry with this weapon. This is like the best weapon in the game. It's so good. Like the special move on this, it's called Infernal Firebrand, is just super busted. There's a chest over here that we need to grab though, which kind of sucks. I'm gonna die. I'm definitely gonna die. Yep. I didn't even get to open the fucking chest. This is like the worst part of the entire fucking run. You can skip grabbing this, but it's kind of annoying. Why not kill them? Because killing them is fucking miserable and we don't need to kill them. We need to loot the item in the chest. That fucking enemy has like 3,000 health. No fucking way, dude. Oh, the enemy is so cancer. The worst part is, if you die... Holy shit. If you die after you open that chest, the item will get sent to the donation box, which means you have to go back to the beginning of the game and pick it up there, because the item despawns from the chest. Which is horrible if that happens in the speedrun. Alright. we want to equip. So the reason we pick these up is you can do something in this game called, it's like a quick, I don't actually know, I can't remember what it's called, but you basically do an attack where you switch to a different sword, or you switch to your offhand weapon, and at the same time, I can't remember if I need to use the temperance as I go in. You can basically go back and forth between a weapon, and it automatically uses the special move of the weapon. The special move of the dual swords, though, is just a block. So you're gonna see me.
Of continuing my service.
I'm basically gonna pull out the dual blades. I'm gonna do like a block, and then I'm gonna go back to the other weapon. Yeah, I mean, we might struggle with this boss for a bit. I think we're actually gonna do too much damage here. We're just gonna mess up the strat. There's like a specific move that you want to just bait out from this guy over and over again. Yeah, it's called Swift Draw. Yeah, thanks, chat. I forgot.
Rebellion.
I'm chill, bro. Oh, I fucked up. Yep. Ah, damn it, dude. Yep. It's funny because even though we're so over-leveled, like, we still take a lot of damage. I don't know if armor actually makes much of a difference for this game. I don't think it does. Your temperance goes away. Oh, is that why my damage was so bad? I guess... Oh yeah, the temperance runs during the cutscene. Yeah, that's so stupid. That's okay. Honestly, the level up glitch, it definitely helps, but only to a certain amount. Like I think in the actual run, we only get like 70 level ups or something. Alright, we can put on...
Once this blade served the Emperor. Now it thirsts for the blood of invaders. Such skill. Why waste it on rebellion? Frost and
it's okay.
My loyalty stands.
Oh, I failed. We just want to wait until he does the same move again, so we could backstab him. Oh, god damn it, dude.
For you.
I'm not dodging well enough here. That's okay. Try again. Okay, that was just greedy as fuck. What am I doing, dude? Oh, you know what? Okay, I remember now. The whole reason... Okay. It's all coming back to me slightly. The whole reason that you pick up the dual blades is because there's a skill. Actually, let me make sure I have the skill. I think I did get it. There's a skill that makes it when you... Is it this one? Which one is it? I don't like. I feel like I already have it, but I'd. Oh yeah, yeah, it's this one. So, if you use the swift draw mechanic, you basically get, I think you heal like 30 to 40% of your health every time you use the swift draw. Like if you swap back and forth between a weapon, you get a crazy amount of healing from it. We have enough madness, I think. Well, this has definitely been a bit of a scuffed run so far, but it's okay. At least I ran this game pretty recently, so I actually still remember it fairly well. A lot of the boss setups are very kind of like specific though.
Once this blade served the Emperor, now it thirsts for the blood of invaders. Such skill. Why waste it on rebellion?
That was not good.
Frost and snow. I loyalty stand.
I'm gonna grab this. I really don't want to, but I don't know. It's probably a good idea. Just in case I die. Also, this lantern fruit, the like yellow item in the bottom right, it makes it so when I dodge, it's only like half the stamina consumption. It's a really, really good consumable, actually. If I can just spam these dodges like crazy. I enjoyed this game enough to speedrun it anyways. I feel like I remember there being an item to pick up around here. Is this lantern fruit? Oh yeah, it is. I mean, I liked Silent Hill 2 Remake. I felt like speedrunning it. I don't know. Speedrunning Silent Hill is kind of fucking boring, I'm not gonna lie. It's just way too scripted. Okay, so I don't think that we go down here anymore. We used to go down here to pick up, I think this item, is it? Yeah, no, we definitely do not go down here anymore in the run. Pretty sure this got cut out. The thing about Silent Hill speedrunning is it's just so... There just really isn't that much going on. It's just kind of like a running simulator. Walking simulator.
Where did I put it?
Will I play Lords of the Fallen 2? Probably. I mean, I'll probably play it. Just depends what other games are releasing at the same time. I actually thought about learning the original Lords of the Fallen speedrun. How long will this take? Hard to say. Oh. You don't even fight bosses, you run into them and insta-kill them? Yeah, there was like this shield strat where you could just like run into them with your shield and they would just explode. I don't know, it was kind of funny, honestly. I think it got patched though. I think that's only on like old patch. Devs patching the fun. Classic.
Ride for my little boy. I should have picked you.
Beautiful. Why isn't she doing the good move, dude? This fucking move goes on for way too long, dude. Oh, this fucking fight, man. Yeah, it's okay. We'll get her next time. Wait for the fucking elevator, though. Not playing the latest patch? Fuck no. What's the point of playing on the latest patch? Other than not being able to do any skips and not being able to dupe. It's not modded. Nope. I mean, you can even take off. You can even take off more of her clothes if you want. This is the pre-order armor, the thong. Oh yeah, they made it so you respawn in front of the boss room. I forgot about that, actually. Oh, come on, lady. Oh! What a kill! That was really good. Alright, so there's a skip coming up here. Oh, I missed. I went too much left. That's great. Fuck. Damn, you gotta go so much to the... Okay. Alright, my bad, my bad. We'll get it this next time. You gotta go so much more to the right here than I remember. No, I don't want to rest at the fucking shrine! Bro. No, you fucking didn't. Oh, she fucking died?
Oh, good. It was a must. Now you need to deal with the gods outside.
There's something useful you get here? Oh my god. Oh, alright, I'm dead. That's good. I don't remember if we need to pick these up or not. I don't think we do. I don't think we pick these up anymore, but I can't. There's like a good amulet you can get here. But I'm pretty sure we started skipping these. Oh my god, why am I fucking falling so much to the side? Okay, I know that's my fault. Well, of course it's my fault, but I remember what I remember what I'm doing wrong.
Touch the demon inside me.
Well, I guess we'll try to do this fight. We have no heals, but... Oh wait, I don't have any madness either. Oh, fuck.
Sisters will stay. Sisters from birth. Sisters till grave. Smithies they are. Scissors they'll make. A tool from us to help us escape.
This isn't good. I'm gonna die here, for sure.
Yeah, my sister. Is it you?
Lady, chill. That's my bad. That's my bad. I like slightly remember how to do this fight, but not super well. Whatever, we have the shortcut. Might honestly be worth checking my PB run for this.
Yeah, my sister. Is it you?
check my PB for this fight. Okay. I remember now. Fuck, dude, the fucking elevators in this game are so slow. God, it's so, and it pisses me off that they've kind of fixed the elevators in a patch, but only like there's no way this is there's no way this is fucking loading in anything. Dude, I can't fucking backstab her. Oh my god. Why are my deflects not like fucking staggering her at all? Like I deflect her and it doesn't fucking do anything. Ugh. You need the skill for it? I mean, I have... Or wait, what do you mean I have... What do you mean I need the skill? I literally have the sword counter. Unless there's a skill that makes the sword counter, like, stronger or something? Maybe I don't have that.
Yeah, my sister. Is it you?
This is so awful. Oh, this is not good. Oh, fuck. Luckily, we're OP as fuck. And we can heal with our fucking swift draw move. She's weak to fire. Yeah, that's why we use fire there. Well, I mean, every boss is like weak to fire in this, but that one is exceptionally weak. Alright, we gotta go fight the tiger now, chat.
When I reclaim the royal palace.
Hold on, let me check the sword counter. Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't get the follow-ups, that's why it was shit. No, I'm on old patch, Ozzy. That's why I have the thong, actually. So this... Bro, what the... So this thong is like a deluxe edition only armor, but when this game came out, the very first patch gave all of the pre-order bonus and the deluxe edition armor for free, regardless of what version of the game you had. So, if you want to get all the like cosmetics in the game for free, just down patch the game. Or you could just buy it, I guess. Oh, wait a sec. There's actually something we need to go do. I hope it's not too late. No, I don't think so. Oh, fucks. We need to go talk to Hong Lan. Oh wait, we do need to go down. Take this down just in case. He did do Liza P, but started mid-game? Yeah, it's because it's not like I just randomly started in the middle of the game, bruh. It's just my previous... It was from my previous stream where I left off. Am I sure? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh no. No, I don't think we're gonna do Wukong in the marathon. Wukong is really fucking long. It's genuinely gonna be like an 8-hour run if I try to do that game. My bad, I got confused. For some reason I was thinking I don't go this far, but I'm pretty sure I do. But yeah, we need to go up here and then up one more floor. Or down a floor? Yeah, no, up a floor. Alright, now there is like some skip you can do here. Yeah, my game crashed. That's great. Fantastic. I've done 90 hours, don't think 8 is gonna hurt. Well, I don't want to spend 8 hours on a single fucking game, bro. If every game took 8 hours, we'd be on like game number 12 right now. Just goes again. I mean, I did technically speedrun Black Myth Wukong, but I think I finished like 2 runs total. And I'm pretty sure my run was like 4.5 hours long, and that's with beating most of the bosses first try. So. I think I was supposed to like equip a certain move on this thing. I fucked up, chat. Bro, just alright, just fucking kill me. Honestly, just kill me. I don't even care. Just this piece of shit. Don't you start from up the ladder? You can start from up the ladder. But there's another... The thing is, it doesn't matter because we don't have the right move equipped. We're not going to be able to do the skip that we want. Is it a skill that you learn? I'm actually kind of confused right now. Oh, Solar Leap. Yeah, this is the one. Oops. Well... I don't think we're going to be able to go up this. Of course we're not.
One for each of the halls of purgatory.
That's alright, chat. That's alright. I don't remember if you open it from this side or not. And I'm kind of scared, because if we fuck up this skip, we're just, like, boned. Just don't fuck up the skip, I guess. Dude, my game crashed again. What the fuck? Bruh. Oh my god. Oh wait. And the game crashed. Okay, seriously, what the fuck is why is it crashing so much? I mean, I'm gonna try to speedrun Resident Evil 9. There's gonna be a lot of competition though. And I also don't want to rush straight into speedrunning. I'd like to... I'm not actually sure how this strat works. It might be on 60 FPS. You have to get on the ladder. Hey chat, you obviously know what's best. There is literally a new way of doing this skip where you just run over the railing, but it's whatever. I will try to do this fucking other way. I don't know how this works though. No fucking way, dude. Well, rip. I'm fucked. I don't know why my character didn't stop at the fucking ledge like it's supposed to. Hey, Sowoon, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, I'm very excited for Resident Evil 9. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm gonna quit out, because if I fail this skip, then I'm just fucking dead. There's like, no, and I crash again. Dude, what the actual fuck is wrong with this game? Why is it crashing so much, man? Holy shit, dude. Hey, Maverick, thank you for the 15 months. Well, at least my stream isn't crashing, it's just the game. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Whatever, man. It's okay. It's the new NVIDIA drivers, probably. Yeah. This game definitely never crashed this much when I played it before. I think it crashed a few times, but it was never like this. Oh, this fucking skip is so bad. I just can't fucking do it. God, man. Fuck the skip. How do you do this? Like, there's a new way of doing this. You can just dash right over this thing. I don't know, maybe I should check Nico's run or Hayes' run or something. I'll just climb the ladder. I don't think the armor matters. Oh, this skip is so fucking annoying. Holy shit, bro. Maybe this might look be good. No, of course not. Of course not. You might need 30 FPS. I thought it was 60, but I guess maybe it's 30. Oh. Is just backsteps? In what? The GDQ run? I see. Alright. Menu staring speedrun, yeah. Let me try to change the FPS. Please don't crash. Oh, there we go. And it crashed. Bro, this... Okay, I'm gonna try to lower the resolution. I don't fucking understand. Seriously, what the fuck, dude? Oh my god, why is it crashing every fucking 30 seconds, man? Fucking piece of shit game. It never crashed this much when I ran it before. I honestly feel like maybe it's a 4K resolution thing. Fuck if I know. Oh, I tried to change the resolution and it crashed. Nice, that's good. I mean, you guys, we have literally zero idea if it has to do with resolution. Just because I changed, like, that's just insane confirmation bias. Just because I tried to change the resolution and it crashed doesn't mean that is, like, the reason. Okay, well, it is crashed. It crashed again when I tried to... That is... Maybe you're right. Maybe it is somehow related to the resolution, but... I have no fucking idea.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Maybe let me try to switch the game to like full screen or something. Yeah, the 5000 series cards kind of fucking suck. Like, games genuinely run better on my 4090 on my other PC than they do on my 5090. It's just unbelievable. Pause the timer. I mean, I really don't want to have to pause the timer every time this happens. I have to pause and restart the timer like 15 times already. Oh my god. I don't know which setup I want to do here. I'm scared. I'm gonna go for this setup. I failed it. I was supposed to sprint off there, I think. Well, that's great. Chill, bro. Honestly, at this point, I should just fucking fight the other guy. You gotta activate it first. I mean, I guess we'll try the skip again. I don't know. It genuinely, I think we would be better off just trying to fight the boss. But I'll try it again, I guess. Pain in the ass. Why am I going this way? What am I doing? Okay, I think setting the Gamba... What is the Gamba set to? An hour? That's fucking kind of rough. But, I mean, I did run this game just a few months ago. But still, some of these skips are... Yeah, no, there's... It's over for the believers. What the fuck? Okay, the game is actually set to 1K It seems like windowed mode actually fixes it though, compared to borderless window. Makes no sense, but... GDQ went even over an hour? Really? I'm kind of surprised about that, but... I guess maybe he had some bad deaths or something. $58.16, okay. Yeah, and I mean, he was like practicing for that run, so... Come on, climb over the fucking wall, lady! I don't know what makes this work. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's just randomly worked some of the times, but... Dude, let me over the fucking wall! Yes, I know! I'm on 30 FPS right now, bro! I know I changed my FPS. That's literally... I'm on 30 FPS! Maybe somehow I need the spear? Doesn't really make any sense. Okay, well... maybe I do. I don't know if I want to do it this way or not. I'm scared. I should just do it the way I did it before, but... Bro, why does that not... Alright, whatever, man. Fuck this shit. Bro, what the fuck? Did he just shoot me? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that, bro? I should have just done the way that I did the skip in my PB. I don't know why I'm trying the other way. Like I'm almost certain we would have already done the skip if I just did it the way that I was used to. At least the game isn't crashing anymore. Didn't I open the gate? Yeah, I mean, I opened the gate, which lets me go fight the boss again, but I really don't want to fight the boss, to tell you the truth. The skip is so punishing to fail, though. It's fucking horrible. Ugh. Only the fucking tree skip actually was real. But the guy shared how to do it. Alright. Skip saves an hour? Yeah, man. Does it, like, actually only work with the fucking spear? What? That is so weird. That's great, man. I love this fucking game. Oh. I love falling and having to run back for 2 minutes straight. Yay! Yippee! Just the whole reason that we get the axe is so that we can like walk up to the ledge and then our character will come to like a standstill when we're at the ledge. Not really working though. Could be good. Okay, I'm gonna check my PB. See how I did this. Wow, look how much fucking easier that is. You just dash across the ledge. Okay, so we need to load in some assets over here. What? Bro, why are you fucking aggro? You've got to be kidding me. Why is this idiot attacking me, bro? What did I do? Oh my god. Fuck. At least the game's not crashing. Because I opened the gate. Oh no. Wait, can I not do the skip now because I entered the fucking boss fight? Oh god. No, not like this, bro. No. Alright, well, that's great. I guess we're fighting the boss. That's good. Get fucked, bitch. Luckily our weapon's super OP, so. Should've just fought him in the first place, honestly. Alright, so there's another skip we can do here. Oh wait.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Fuck. I don't remember the setup for this, dude. Thought it's like down and then... Okay, I'm just gonna check my VOD because clearly I'm fucking washed up and I don't fucking remember how to do this. Okay, is this easier on 60 FPS or something? Oh my god, I'm gonna crash out. Why is this so hard? Fucking hell, bro. This is actually tilting me so hard right now. This is a really easy skip. I can't remember what. Relax. Deep breaths. You want to like slowly edge up. Okay. There we go. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we need to go talk to Hong Lan before we forget. Can I get an extra heal? Can't remember where you actually get those items. All right. Okay. Before I do this, I need to remember to go talk to Hong Lan, because otherwise I might soft lock myself. It might. Hopefully, it's not already too late. I don't think it is, though. How far along are we in the game? Decently far. We only have like 2 bosses left, I think. 3 bosses? Yeah, 3 bosses. Game is almost done. Yeah, we might get stuck on the final bosses though for a while. Kind of hard. Hong Lan and whatever the lady before that is called.
But down either way. Tell me. Good.
Hee. Magus, yeah. Magus and Hong Lan. We're doing like I guess like bad ending. Well, it's not necessarily a bad ending, but we're doing like a faster ending in the game. It's actually not that much faster than the other route though. What is this? Hey, Nevitt, thank you for the 45 months. Bro, what? Okay, I actually have no idea what just happened there. I tried to dodge, but I might have fat fingered a button. I don't actually know. Go. The insta-kill lightning attack. My bad. Oopsies. So yeah, this boss has an attack that basically one-shots you, like, no matter how much health you have. It's like 5 electric attacks that hit you at the same time, and it's basically just a one-shot no matter how strong you are. Tried to dodge. I don't know. I missed it. Ah. Don't forget to use the spell. I will try to use it if I get there. I'm planning on it, but yeah, it has a phase too. Do we get good RNG? Oh, we did. We did get good RNG, but because we watched the cutscene, our feather ran out. So, oops, my bad for fucking watching the cutscene. I'm so glad that timers for things in this game run during the cutscenes. This is amazing. come on. God, I thought I died for a sec. Alright, well, he gave us terrible RNG. Thank you, man. Oh, you fucking rat fuck, dude. I can't... Should have... I don't know, man. If he doesn't give me the right RNG, I probably just shouldn't go for the spellcast strat. There's like a spell that we can use on the fight here, and if we use it right, we can basically just get like a scripted phase 2, but it's based on the opening attack that he does. Sadly. Please, just let me do my special move, you jerk. Nope. Dog shit RNG again. Thanks, man. Or I'm just gonna go for it. Of course. Yeah. I love this boss. Then that, by the way, that's the move that we want to punish, that laser beam move, but he just doesn't want to fucking do it. He just keeps doing the dog shit attack opener in phase 2, so fuck me, I guess. Impossible to use this spell. Oh, man, we would have already killed this guy if we just didn't watch his fucking cutscene. That's the worst part. It's so stupid. I tried to dodge it. Do I have the skill that casts faster? I have the skill that casts faster. I have the skill that gives me hyper armor while I'm casting, but it doesn't matter because if I cast and it takes 5 seconds to cast and the boss jumps away, then it does nothing. And there's only like 1 or 2 moves that he has where you can get a guaranteed hit with this spell. Okay. Please let me just kill you. Yes. Okay, this is good, chat. This is good.
The unending power. Go any further, and you may...
Right. How many games have I beaten? This is game number 37 or something, I think. 36. Two more bosses and the most annoying ones too. Yeah.
Fancy seeing you again, young un. You'll be... I won't stand in your way. Tell me, that Metacrinus plot... she's... Kill her. And save the Bow people from their doom.
I'm supposed to agree to him, right? Oh no, refuse, okay. What?
She's... Kill her. And save the Bow people. Oh well.
Did I put any mods on the Bloodborne run? Yeah, I mean I was using the fixes to make the game not buggy as fuck. And I was playing with the 60 FPS mod. Wait, nope, not that way. Will I speedrun this game again? No. I mean, I'll do it for like marathons or something, but I don't really have any interest in running this game again. I mean, I don't mind the boss fights in this run, it's just... The final boss of this run is like very RNG, and then on top of that, the first 15 minutes of the run is literally just not even... You don't even fight anything for the first like 15 to 20 minutes of the run. It's not very fun. It's like Elden Ring tier setup.
The relic's presence.
Kinda ass.
So, the Imperial Guard spoke truth. Surrender the relic, honor the primordial deity. I may
I'd rather run WUCHANG, WULONG, or WUCHANG. I don't know, they all kind of suck as a speedrun. None. I mean, I'm just kidding. Like, I don't know. The speedrun's okay. It's just... WUCHANG, they all have their issues. This game has 15 minutes of setup. WUCHANG is a 4.5 hour long run. And fucking...
Power of feathering is a divine gift. A wretch like you.
Dude, are you kidding me that you're gonna... Why do you fucking roll back? Why do you backflip off the fucking ledge? That's not even where I was fucking aiming, dude. Oh, this game is so bad. Why? You know, it's funny. I had a feeling that was gonna happen too. That's so fucking... I have no idea what the WULONG run is like, but it's probably shit as well. For one reason or another. Kazan had really good boss fights, but exploring in that game was, like, pointless. I think really hurt it, for me personally anyways. I played Kazan for like 15 hours or something like that. Can't remember exactly. Just the loot system in that game, you just pick up a bunch of the same fucking garbage on repeat. And it's kind of shitty. How you feel about Neo? Yeah, I also don't really like the loot system in Neo.
Under his blessing, our plan is attained. Stand in my way, and I will crush you.
God, it takes so long to grab a fucking shrine, dude. Yeah, I'm excited for Neo 3. I mean, I think it'll still be a lot of fun. I just wish that the game had more like unique loot. Okay, we're gonna try to get some meter built up here. Never mind, we are not allowed to get meter built up here. I could have sworn I remember building my feathers here before, but I don't know, man. I don't know. This is just fucked.
You print
I had the wrong weapon equipped.
I like money.
I had the fucking one-handed sword equipped. This is kind of why you want meter, because, like, you can basically get a 100% scripted fight here. If you build the meter before you enter the fight. Can I do it? Maybe I can do it on the bugs here. The thing is, levels don't even really make that big of a difference. Like, even if I was level 500, I would still be dying in like a few hits.
So, this is you who comes to claim.
I'm dead. God, alright, I'm just gonna check. I'm gonna check my fucking VOD and see how I do this fight, because this fight is so bad. Oh, okay. I know what I do. Alright, let's see if we can do this right. That's the idea, but I did it wrong. All right. I think we got it this time. I remember the script. Oh, that's not good. Oh.
After all this, our efforts still in vain.
I'm not sure if this works anymore. Hey, Hoden, thank you for the 69 months. Thank you, man. No, I don't need to do the swift draw. Doesn't actually matter. What's up, Dara? Can we get Bo Magus one cycle? Fuck no. Probably not. Finally almost done learning Eternal. Last levels took you way longer than expected. Dang. Yeah, this is the last boss, by the way, chat, so we're almost done. This run has definitely not gone quite as well as I would have hoped, but that's okay. I mean, the bosses in this game are actually tough. Even with the speedrun build, like... Come on. Oh, you bitch! Give me the backstab, you bitch! Fuck you, lady.
Let the heretics suffer judgment. By divine decree, they fall.
I don't remember. Man, we could have killed her if we just got rid of the bubble, but I can't remember what spell I need to equip to get rid of the bubble. Sakes. I think it's this one.
Foolish mortal, you tread upon sacred soil. Offer this blood. Let the primordial deity may feast upon it. The void beckons.
I love how she just fucking iframes everything.
Let suffer judgment. By divine decree, they fall.
Will I speedrun Stellar Blade? No.
Nowhere near.
Oh, this boss, this boss is so fucking bad, man. Why does she just hyper armor through, like, I don't understand why she just gets hyper armor on 90% of her moves. Like, backstabbing her is, it's so fucking bullshit. It's okay.
Foolish mortal, you tread upon sacred soil. I offer this blood, that the primordial deity may feast upon it.
That's good.
Those who defy the heavens, unforgivable. Let the heretics suffer judgment. By divine decree, they fall. Those who defy the heavens, unforgivable. Let the
Straight into the second
suffer
sword.
judgment.
Amazing.
By divine decree, they fall.
Thank you. Die.
Proceed me. This twisted path I have tread.
Let's go, WUCHANG.
一对日落，风小心微波，而大海慢慢斑驳，曾知何谈结果？往事如梭，曾借酒承诺，一张心事生命歌，我曾来过。风车声索索，光阴如昨，世事本难测，没有如果。欲求欲不得，谁
Alright.
想象终是祸，只做离歌，故梦皆不舍。世人终成错，念念不忘，非恶不活。
GG WUCHANG. I'm glad that we fixed the crashes at least. All right. Oh yeah, let me make my new video live. All right. I think we're going to do one more game, chat. We are going to do a game that we have already done. Well, not actually. We are going to do OG Demon Souls.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Comments about the remake incoming. Hopefully the settings on the emulator are fine. Wait, why don't I hear anything? My volume mixer set to 0 for this? Hello? That's off to a good start. Okay, I know for a fact that I have. I'm almost certain I had an emulator set up for Demon Souls that worked like perfectly fine, but dude, why is there no audio? What the fuck, man? Well, thought I had something. I thought it was fine, but really it's not. The audio doesn't fucking work. No, the volume mixer is fine. Oh, you know what? I actually think I know. I don't know what changed on my PC, but I think I need to run the program as an administrator. I think for some reason I need to do. I ran both Demon Souls. Oh, it still doesn't work. No, the audio, guys. I trust me. I already checked the audio source. I'm literally getting an error on the emulator that's saying failed to open audio backend. Make sure that no other application is running that might block audio access. So I don't know. It's just fucked. It just doesn't work. I don't know why. I don't know why, but it's not working. Let me see. Hopefully it works now. Copium. Probably not going to work. Maybe somehow it will. Rage. Oh, it's. Oh my god! I actually fixed it.
Oh.
We'll watch the intro. All right, chat. Hopefully there won't be crackling when we play this. I mean, it hasn't crackled at all yet, so I think it might be fine. Opium. All right, so for the OG speedrun, we play with the Hunter class. I'm not sure if the game's at 60 FPS or not. I'm gonna have to restart if it's not.
King Alant XII, by channeling the power of souls, brought unprecedented prosperity to his northern kingdom of Boletaria. That is, until the colorless deep fog swept across the land. Boletaria was cut off from the outside world, and those who dared penetrate the deep fog never returned. But Valarfax of the royal twin fangs broke free from the fog and told the world of Boletaria's plight. That the old King Alant had aroused the Old One, the great beast below the Nexus, from its eternal slumber, and that a colorless fog had swept in, unleashing terrible demons. The demons hunt down men and claim their souls. Those who lose their souls also lose their minds. The mad attack the sane, and chaos reigns. Valarfax spoke of the enticing power of the demon souls. Each time a demon claims a human soul, the demon's own soul is invigorated by the life force. And the power of a mature demon soul is beyond human imagination. The legend spread quickly. Mighty warriors were drawn to the accursed land, but none have returned. Bjor of the Twin Fangs, Yurt the Silent Chief, Sage Urbane.
I wish we got the 5th Archstone.
Skurver the Wanderer.
Or the 6th Archstone.
The 6th Saint Astraea and her knight Garl Vinland. And Sage Frake the Visionary. The colorless deep fog slowly creeps beyond Boletaria's borders. Humankind faces a slow and steady extinction. The deep fog will eventually swallow all lands, near and far. But Boletaria has one final hope. A lone warrior who has braved the baneful fog. Has the land found its savior? Or have the demons found a new slave?
Yeah, we already did the remake in the marathon. I guess it's a little bit of a cop-out to do this game, but I mean, they are 2 separate games, and I did run them both, so. Alright. Let's not do the tutorial.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Yeah, we should probably start. For some reason it's not letting me split.
This is the Nexus. It holds together the northern land of Boletaria. Thou canst not exit the Nexus, but each of the 5 archstones will connect.
Am I gonna play Armored Core 6? No. I mean, I played through it casually when it came out. But I have no plans. Also, yeah, the character might be like flickering a little bit because of I think like the shaders. It should fix itself, I think, as we like get further into the game. It shouldn't do that. It shouldn't like keep doing that. Oh my god, what am I doing? I don't need to go here yet. Well, you know, it's fine, whatever. We'll just grab the grass. Will I be doing a run of Last of Us 2 Remastered? Why not remake streamer? Wait a second, what did I choose as my fucking starting gift? Oh, fuck. Well, it's okay. I don't think that run would ever get accepted to GDQ, Dara. I mean, it's an absolute fucking meme run. Probably get banned for submitting that run to GDQ. I've done a run on GDQ. No starting gift in the OG. I feel like that's incorrect, but maybe you're right. I could have sworn you could start with fire bombs. Maybe not. Maybe you're right. we have all the items we need equipped? Firebomb, turpentine. Yeah, we're good. Why do I have these augites, though, equipped? When my firebombs got eaten. Holy shit, get back here, dude. I believe it's hardstone to upgrade. Pretty sure it's hardstone for the axe, if I remember correctly. By hunter class in the OG, because we are going to use the hunter's axe for the run.
The monumental awaits the above.
Am I gonna dupe glitch? Yes. Because that's... That is the fastest route for this game.
The monumental will explain the nexus to thee.
It's Bone Crusher run still a thing. We did the Dragon Bone Smasher for the remake. What's up, Axel?
We are in the distant past. Under a benevolent rule, the world was united, owing to the soul arts. Until a lust for power caused the awakening of the Old One. Across the land seeped a colorless, deep fog, and the world faced extinction at the hands of the demons. Thanks be, we were able to lull the Old One back to his slumber, yet only after the loss of innumerable souls, and half the world lost, erased by the fog. In order to mend the fabric of what land still remained, we entrusted 6 elders with 6 precious archstones. 1 to the king of a small yet diligent land. 1 to the king of the burrowers underground. 1 to the wise queen of the great ivory tower. 1 to the chieftain of lost and ill-fortuned souls. 1 to the shaman of the tempest-worshipping shadowmen. And the last to the great giants of the northern lands. The archstones were placed at nodes across the earth. We contained the Old One inside this nexus and banned the soul arts. Finally, we became monumentals, half-living sentinels of the fabric of reality. Alas, The other monumentals have perished, and only I remain.
All right.
Now it is.
Can I fucking go over the ledge, please? Thank you. Sorry, it's kind of loud. Bro, pull the lever, man. We're opening this gate. Epic. Holy shit, I'm getting... I should have fucking We're okay. I don't know why I'm picking up all this fucking random garbage. You know, normally I can tell if I'm on like 30 versus 60 FPS, but it's, I mean, I think I'm on 60 FPS right now. It's just weird because my character control feels very, like stiff. It feels like my inputs are delayed for whatever reason.
I like you.
Doggies, please. Add doggy. Yeah, magic is insanely OP in this game. Well, it's more OP in the remake. Melee is actually the fastest speedrun route for this game. For a marathon run, magic is definitely the easier choice. I probably should have just done a magic run. But, it's okay. Whatever. 'Cause this is definitely going to take longer doing it this way. Firestorm is really fun as well. There's a dupe glitch that I want to try. Well, yeah, we can... Well, we can do a storage dupe, but there's also a consumable dupe that you can do. We'll try to do it. We can dupe the sticky white stuff if we roll and then open the menu and spam the button. Bruh. This is not very good, chat. I really should have just tried to buff. Okay, that's fine. Well. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I'm having a rough time here, chat. Audio is a bit dang. Oh, okay. Wow, the visual for that is terrible. Alright, we are gonna go back. This really sucks, but whatever, it's fine. I need to go back.
But I would be. Rest assured. Best. Hello. You have a. Hello. You have. Hello.
If anybody's wondering what we're doing, we're just cheating. really hard.
Hello again.
Hello again. All right, so now we have 1,000,000 grass, 1,000,000 sticky white stuff.
You have a heart.
Why play if you're gonna cheat? Because cheating's fun. All right, cheating is how you speedrun. Okay, we're gonna buy a dagger, and we're gonna upgrade our battle axe a little bit.
Duke. It's in with yours.
Thing is, this game is also really, like, I am doing the much harder speedrun route for this game. Even though you do duping, the easiest route for this game is to just use magic, because magic is incredibly overpowered. Honestly, I probably should have just used magic, but we started as the wrong class for it, so I don't know, doing a magic run at this point would be kind of awkward to switch over to. We could still do it. I mean, we could definitely still use magic if we really wanted. Could always reset. I mean, why would I do that? Yeah, I don't know, Axel. I wanted to make a video, but I was kind of lazy. And I was so fucking bad at the goddamn game. My gameplay footage in Neo 3 was not the greatest. Which is fine. I know it's not that big of a deal. Dude, Neo controls are just so awkward. I mean, they're fine once you get used to it. Chat, you guys gotta come up with some new material. I'm gonna call him washed up for the 10,000th time. Haha, I'm so funny. I don't know, maybe I could have YOLO'd that, but I didn't want to find out. Did I run Code Vein? Nope. I thought about learning the Code Vein run, but then I watched it, and you have to spam backstep the entire run, and I said, nope, I'm okay, thank you. It's just really awkward, like, having to backstep the entire time and keep your camera behind you. It's just cursed as fuck. Did so much damage. Oh, I'm so bad. I don't know what I was doing. I was greeting way too much there. I was greeting too much. I don't want to get some pizza. Well, I run Code Violet. I wasn't planning on it. Damn, dude. Bro, I'm like stuck inside of him. Bruh. I lost my sticky white stuff. Bro. How the fuck am I not hitting him there? I'm gonna go back and level up my health a bit so I don't get fucking one shot.
What the? Let these soul of the mind key to life's ether. Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be out of me.
Hello. You have. Hello. You have a. I.
Duke. Is this enough? 3,200.
Hi.
Get the battle axe to +9. And we also upgrade the longbow or the Storm King.
What's the hurry?
I think we're supposed to upgrade it to +9, but I'm not 100% sure. Alright. Yeah, I speedran Lords of the Fallen. For a little bit. Not for very long. I didn't really like the run that much. What's up, Roan? Yeah, if you want, sure. Okay, wait for him to start going to the left. And we go for it. Okay, well, I think I went too early. I really don't want to get breathed on. Look the other way. Bro! Bro! I'm dead. Maybe not. Alright, so we used this ring for the run. It's called the Master's Ring. It basically makes... So weapons in this game have like sweet spot hits. So it makes it so you do more damage if you have a sweet spot hit, which you can get sweet spot hits with the axe.
We... Thank you.
Grab some Dragon God souls. I think the Dragon God soul, yeah, it's worth a decent amount. Just a little bit of duping. Didn't hurt no one. Beautiful. Bro, fucking talk to me, man. Got shit. I got places to be.
What's the hurry? Have you?
What's the hurry?
That then, soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world... Art thou done?
What is the scaling of this? Bro, why do I keep doing a fucking gesture? What the hell is that? C and D, okay. Hello, Tozu. Am I playing this on emulator? Maybe.
Please, help me.
When I used to, so the funny enough, chat, if you speedran this game on original hardware, you would actually need to do a full run of the game before you could start doing runs. Because you needed to pre-cache all of the cutscenes. Like, every time there's a cutscene that appears in the game, that cutscene needs to load. And if you've played through the game one time and you leave the console on, then all the cutscenes load faster the second time. So if you wanted to compete for record, because the thing is, we use IGT for the game, so you needed to do like a full run of the game before you could try to go for attempts if you're going for record, because when the cutscenes load in, there's like a black screen, and that counts towards IGT. Yeah, people who ran this game just left their console on 24/7. I mean, that's what I did as well. No, you can do runs on emulator as well. But, if you're competing for, like, record on console, that's what you have to do. Why didn't they count the time without load screens? Well, it's not technically a load screen, it's a cutscene. It's just like a video file, except they take longer to load the first time. And it's, I mean, the thing is, this was like 15 years ago. Okay, maybe not 15 years ago, but it was many, many years ago. So it's not like there were load removers for console games. Because there are actually I think load removers that detect like it uses like screenshots to detect loading screens and stuff like that, and like when to split. So we want the clever rat ring. It's a very nice ring. This is the red tearstone ring of demon souls. Hey, at least we get the good cat ring icon now. They should have kept the old cat ring picture. I mean, at least they put it in as an Easter egg in the remake. He was just chilling. Yeah, he was in the way. Come on, buddy. No, no, no. No, no, no. Take out the bow. We should be able to one-cycle her with the tearstone ring. No. We got her. Easy. What a battle. Almost dead, close one. It was pretty close. But we got her. I kind of want to go to World 5 to get the black turpentine, just so we have a bit more damage. Where is our level up lady?
Thou then, soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Art thou done?
All right, I'm going for the Giga Health Bar chance. Oh no. The graphics are fucking freaking out. I'm going for the Giga Health Bar. That way I can use Red Tearstone Ring and not die in one hit. Dying in one hit is not very fun. Am I dead? Dude! Get out of my way! You asshole. What a fight. Thank you. Practiced hard for that one off stream. Yeah, the runbacks are brutal. Hello, Morris. Also, Thoras, thank you for the 38 months. Do the emulator Demon Souls. Such a good idea. Oh god. Oh no, no. I don't want to die. How's it going, Tiki? Why not just kill her? We probably could. It's just really... She does a fuck ton of damage. It's really easy to die to her. Moonlight Greatsword nearby. Yes, but I'm pretty sure I need to be in pure white to get the Moonlight Greatsword.
What? Finished all, I hope.
16 black turpentine. Hopefully that should be fine. Oh, that's not good. Dude! Why is the enemy so big? Like, how am I not able to go around him, dude? Well, time to run all the way back. Fucking love this song. I should have equipped the Thief's Ring. My bad. I love running through the swamp. My favorite. My god. Why am I fucking moving so... Dude, fucking... What is wrong with you? Why are you fucking so slow, dude? I'm like running in slow motion. What is happening? Okay, anyways, so what I was supposed to do here We just running attack this guy, and that's it. Look how difficult that was. We were supposed to have the Thieves Ring on, though, which definitely helps. Really? Doing great. My black turpentine already ran out, bro. What the? I really want to use a clever rat ring, but I'm scared. And we are not getting the sweet spot hits at all. We are failing so badly. No more bonus games. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind, but for now we're capping it at 25. This is way longer than my fucking birthday marathon. I think in my birthday marathon I only did like 30 games total.
Go forth, Galvinland. May you be unharmed. Leave us, slayer of demons. This is a sanctuary for the lost and wretched. There is nothing here for you to pillage or plunder. Please, leave quietly.
May you rot in the deepest depths of this swamp. Outlaws persist in intruding upon our haven. You abandoned us long ago, dearest Destroyer. I have failed.
Damn, get fucked, bro.
You killed him, didn't you?
Yeah, I killed him.
Very well. I can no longer resist you. Do as you like. Take your precious demon soul.
Give me your demon soul. Alright. Time to go kill Adjudicator. We're going for the face tank build. It's pretty successful. Ow. The skip is kind of hard on 60 FPS, so... Oh, nice.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Hey, Tummy Fluff, thank you for the 69 months. Thank you, man. Damn, he licked me. What? Sorry, we kind of just destroyed him. Crazy fight, I know. You got a claw grip? No, I just have a pro controller. I mean, I can claw grip, but I don't find it very comfortable. What is that cat ring icon? It's the best cat ring icon. And thank you for the 21 months, Kieran. Dumb Joe, thank you for the 107 months. Alright, so we are gonna do a skip to the Storm King here, chat. Let me equip my longbow as well. So we're gonna run off the ledge here. And as we hit the ground... Oh! We're gonna load. Now we can still do old hero. Why is there no load option like this in the new Souls games? I fucking wish there was. Yeah, I like this fight in the remake. I need RTSR. I'm gonna need you guys to hit me. Three, 4, 5. We need to kill 6 total, I believe. An extra one just in case. Luckily, I shouldn't die if one of these guys shoots me, so we should be okay. We should be able to get a 1 cycle here. Why is it so loud? That's just Demon Souls, man. We are doing both versions of the game because I speedran both versions. We already did the remake and the marathon. Now we are doing the OG. I think they're working on Elden Ring 2. I hope not. I mean, I love Elden Ring, but I would rather them make a new IP. But I mean, I could see an Elden Ring 2, I guess. I think it'd be cool if FromSoft made a game that's like in space or something. That'd be neat. Armored Core. Okay. Yeah, every single time I say that, somebody's like, Armored Core. Dude, what the fuck is that? What are those physics, brah? Hellpoint style? I mean, I hope it's not like Hellpoint. Hellpoint kind of sucks. I mean, it's okay, but... My biggest issue with Hellpoint is that you would beat a boss in Hellpoint, and then the next area would be full of that boss, but it's an enemy now. I think if the game had better enemy variety, it would be just like DS1. I mean, there are some moments like that, but in DS1, it's never like the area directly after. Like, I'm not kidding, in Hellpoint, it's straight up. It's like the moment after you kill the boss, the next area is just full of that boss as an enemy. It's like they just could not come up with any unique enemy variety. Finding enemies is a lot of work. Yeah, well, you gotta make people want to buy your game. And in the remake, you actually skip like this entire area. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with the remake speedrun. Yeah, in this game, there is no way to skip dropping the heart or the meat, whatever the hell you want to call it. I kind of want to get RTSR, but I don't. I think I have too much health. Actually, that should be good. Which of the games that I speedran was the hardest? I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to say. There is a glitch you could do by standing on these, like, in between these pots and then spamming roll, and you can get like teleported. It can like zip you, but I don't believe there's any way to zip in the right direction. Have I ran Subnautica? No. Alright, well, we shouldn't die in one hit here, hopefully. RTSR here is kind of scary, but we... Damn, we fucking destroyed them. That was a really good... That was, like, genuinely, that was a really good fight. That was actually really good. What's up, Giordano? Oh. Well, good thing I have a fuck ton of health. Damn, why are you so fucking tanky? Holy shit, lady. I counter kitty. That was a little scuffed. Not quite how that's supposed to go. I think you normally in the run you do like 3 R1s and then you just backstab him and he dies. And if you kill him with the backstab, he dies like way faster too. So at least like a few seconds faster. All right. Yeah, we already did Demon Souls in the marathon, but I thought we could do the original since, I mean, it's a different game. It is functionally kind of the same, but there are some differences in terms of speedrunning, mainly the duping. I like the remake more for speedrunning, but I don't like that. I wish that the dupe glitch was still in the remake, because using a melee weapon for speedrunning in this game in the remake is just like impossible. You could do Dragon Bone Smasher, but it's just not that good. God, dodging this fire attack from this dragon is so difficult. Well, duping the Moongrass isn't really necessary in a run. It's just magic is ultimately the best in the remake because there's no dupe glitch. It's just it's not possible to get like 80 shards of hardstone and fucking 50 large hard shards and 50 hardstone chunks. Sorry, all the fucking names. You need so many upgrade materials to upgrade like a melee weapon and a bow to full. Dude, listen, alright? It's fucking... The names are fucking weird, alright, chat? Fucking leave me alone. Oh. I mean, he's still alive. I want to listen to more ho-ho-hos. I'm gonna shoot him in the face. Come here, bitch. For those who don't know, in this game, when you upgrade a weapon, by the way, it takes... Like, you know how... Let's say in Dark Souls 3, right? It's, you know... It's normal Titanite Shard to get to +3, and then it's Large Shard to get to +6, and then it's Chunk to get to +9, right? But in this game, it's like, okay, to get to +3, it's Titanite Shard. Then to get to +6, it's Titanite Shard plus Large Shard. Then to get to +9, it's, you know, Shard plus Large plus Chunk. Like, the fucking material amounts that you need are just absurd in this game. And that's why the remake made Melee as a speedrun route completely unviable. Which sucks, because I think the Melee route for this game is way more interesting. Magic is just so fucking OP. Oh, oopsies. Oh my god, I thought I died. If you dupe mats in this game, you get just enough to upgrade 2 weapons. But it's funny though, because it takes literally like 99 hardstone shards to upgrade 2 weapons to max. Yeah, because we duped, right? And we have a battle axe +9 and a longbow +9. Some weapons are easier to upgrade than others. Right, just in case, we'll go down here. Boss weapons need 6th level of a certain type of weapon before transforming. Yeah, but boss weapons, like once you make the boss weapon, they're basically at close to their max strength. Not fully, because I think you can still upgrade boss weapons with the colorless demon souls. But colorless demon soul upgrades only increase scaling. I don't think they increase base damage. So they don't really matter that much. I think there's actually a mod that restores the 6th Archstone. Not like fully, but you can run around and like explore it, I think, with the mod. I mean, they didn't like finish it because it's still an unfinished area. Oh. Guy has 2 attacks. I think he has like 3 or 4, but it's not many. They only made 1 boss theme. No, it's just Tower Knight and Penetrator have the same theme, or at least it's very similar. I don't know if it's actually exactly the same. Oh, that's not great. You don't want to go too fast here. Oh, come on. That's fine. That's okay, actually. I want to try to use Clever Rat Ring for a launch, but it's so scary. I'm not going to. Yeah, you can kill the dragons. It's kind of annoying unless you have magic, though. I don't have any soul remains. Can't cheese this guy. Yeah, Alonta's so buggy. He's really buggy if you have the thief ring on. If you have the thief ring on, he constantly bugs out. It's like, it's actually fucked up how that ring makes the boss fight so bad. I feel bad for anybody who did their first playthrough and like used the thief ring on this fight. Didn't realize. There's like really not that many good rings in this game, so I feel like people casually probably don't really care that much to what rings they're using. Thief ring is like cloak. It gives you invisibility on a ring. But there's the insta attack. This is fine. Early. God, chill, bruh. Whew. That was kind of scary. The console world record for this fight has like the most YOLO fight I've ever fucking seen in a Souls run. It was like, it was so greedy. The console world record for this game is still unbeaten, by the way. It's like fucking 10 years old now. Actually, wait, it was 5 years ago. Man, I honestly thought it was longer, but still, yeah, 5 years ago. The world record is nearly 50 seconds faster than second place. Crazy. He had such a good run. Hello, maiden. Hey, we're supposed to go into the whole chat.
The Old One is calling for thee. Let us proceed below to its lair.
Honestly, so many of these old games that I've ran, though, like, I look at the leaderboards, and it's been, like, years since anybody's set, like, a new record. A lot of these games are kind of, like, dead speedrunning-wise. Not all of them. Just start doing bounties. I've done some speedrun bounties, but I don't... I mean, I make a decent amount from streaming, but... I don't know, I mean, if I could do smaller bounties, like $1,000 or $2,000 or something, that would be more reasonable. I don't know, like $10,000 bounties is a lot of fucking money. $1,000 or $2,000 small? Yeah. I mean, the other bounties that I did were $10,000 each, and that's what Charlie does as well, so in comparison, yeah, it's small.
Old One, I have brought thee what thou wishest, thy new demon. Come now, be good.
I mean, I could afford to do a 10K bounty maybe like once a year or like once every other year would be reasonable, but I couldn't do anything more than that.
You have been chosen by the Old One.
Honestly, the thing is, like, if I was to do a speedrun bounty, I would want to participate in it, but it's kind of awkward if it's my own money that I'm putting down on the line. That's why it'd be cool to get like a sponsor for a speedrun bounty, but I don't really know how that would work. Which game would I put up a bounty for? I have no idea.
Existence. Don't you understand? No one wishes to go on.
Don't worry about bounties. I just think the bounties are a lot of fun. I mean, I wish Charlie did more bounties, but I understand why he doesn't. Like, the Amok bounty was so hype.
Thine work is done. Slayer of demons, go back above. The Nexus shall imprison thee no longer.
The bounties didn't hit as hard after Amok. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like the toxic nature of the Amok running made it.
I shall lull the old one back to slumber.
I don't know. It was just like the game was just so fucking bad, or maybe it's pretty bad. Amok was just like there was a lot of skips, and the skips were cursed as fuck, and the game was just really. It was so jank, and just the dialogue was just fucking so stupid. That's what made it so memorable. I think the Elden Ring DLC bounty was ended up. I wish that a bit more people participated in the DLC bounty.
The old one, along with the maiden,
overall it was
swept
fun.
back into the lulling fog. Boletaria was spared from the demons.
Yeah,
but
that's true,
also lost
Giordano.
its knowledge of soul arts. The souls lost during the pandemonium were never retrieved. And today, the unstable world has another monumental to hold its fabric together.
Yeah, the Elden Ring bounty was.
Brave new hero.
I think it was 3 weeks long. Or was it 2 weeks? I think it was 3. I don't know. I can't fucking remember. I probably could have made it a bit longer, but was it really only 2 weeks? I feel like it was longer than 2 weeks, but maybe it was just 2 weeks. I don't know. I can't fucking remember, and I'm the one that made the bounty. I'm pretty sure it was 3 weeks, though. Well, in the remake, I stepped on her, so it felt only fitting to go for the other ending. The Anvil route was sick. I really enjoyed the Anvil route. It's a shame we couldn't get more people to do the Anvil route. Alright, I am gonna call it here, chat. We are on game 39. Game 39 is next. There's only 12 games left. Only. Yeah, well. I don't know. We probably have like 2 or maybe 3 more days left. We could potentially go to like maybe a bonus game 26 or a 27. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling though. For now, we're gonna keep it at 25. But I'll have to double check all the games that I could potentially do. 'Cause I don't know. I might be able to make space for like 1 or 2 more games. Maybe like 3 or 4. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, so by the way, chat, there is a Resident Evil 9 showcase on Thursday. We're thinking maybe there's going to be a Resident Evil 9 demo. So if there is a RE9 demo that releases on Thursday, I do want to play that. I don't know. We could just play it for fun, or well, we're gonna play it for fun either way. But I mean, we could count it as a game in the marathon. I mean, I have never ran the RE9 demo. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, if they drop a demo after that showcase, I'm definitely want to play that. Like right away. Does anyone know when that showcase is on Thursday? I mean, the thing is, I think they've released a demo for... Well, actually, I don't know. They released a demo for all the remakes, but I'm not... Did they release demos for, like, RE7 or RE8, or... I don't remember their... Or wait, fuck, man, I can't remember. Was there a demo for RE8? There was one? They released demos for every game. Okay, well, there's probably gonna be one for RE9 then. I was thinking that they didn't do one for the like main story games, the new ones, but I guess I'm wrong. So I don't know. I think it's probably pretty likely that there's gonna be a demo in the showcase, because I mean we're only like a bit over a month away from RE9, which is not very long at all. Seven had the Marguerite fight in the demo. Yeah, so Resident Evil 7 was actually my very first Resident Evil game that I played. I had never played any games in the series, and then when RE7 came out, how fucking long ago was that now? It was fucking 9 years ago. When RE7 came out 9 years ago, I played that for the first time, and then I played all the other ones, and now I'm a big Resident Evil fan. All right, I'm gonna give a raid to somebody maybe.